What's up, Straight Talk Society? This is your host, Trevor, and I'm back with another episode of Straight Talk Sports. We're a little early today, and with me is producer extraordinaire, my co-host, Venkat. What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
What's going on, Trevor? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Cool. Yeah, I never know because I don't wear my headphones anymore. Well, guess what? A month late, but we're ready. We're doing it.
It's right on time. It's right on time. Perfect time to do it.
All right. We got a we got a packed show for you guys today because we're not just going to go over the NBA finals. We're going to touch on some free agent moves. We're also going to talk about the Dame Lillard situation, and then like my main event, what I'm looking forward to talking about the most is all these layoffs at ESPN. So I'm glad that we were able to get this show started early because this is probably going to be a long one. So make sure y'all grab yourself something to drink. That's why I used to always do on the podcast and say, grab yourself something to drink and get ready to talk straight, but grab yourself something to drink, Venkat, because we're going to be doing a lot of talking.
H2O.
All right, so let's get into it. All right, so let's see where we're going. So first off, we have the NBA Finals, but let's show the road that these two teams took to get there. First of all, all right, and I got to blow this up bigger because my eyesight ain't been the greatest.
Over 40.
Yeah. All right. So let's look on the Western Conference side. So you have the Denver Nuggets easily first round taking care of the Timberwolves 4-1.
Right.
Then they took care of the Suns 4-2.
Right.
Then where were they next? So then in
The Lakers.
Yeah, and then they swept the Lakers.
Which, for some reason, people were thinking the Lakers are actually the favorites. I don't know how. It was ridiculous.
Sound like a shot at me. So
no, I'm not even thinking about you. I'm talking about a lot of people at my job, people on the internet. Like, it was just crazy. This Laker resurgence. All year long, they were mediocre, and then all of a sudden, they start winning some games at the end of the year, and they're supposedly great, but whatever.
You know why it is? Because when you look at is what I always say, when you look at the player, like, it's always that experience thing. When you look at, hey, one team has LeBron, he's gonna do it. Like, and that's what I was looking at. I was like, one team has LeBron, he's gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
So if you look at the the Eastern Conference side. So what I do want you guys to see, so round 1, 4-1, round 2, 4-2, and then a sweep in the finals. Yep. So the Nuggets pretty much bulldozed their competition. I mean, there's no other way to say it. So on the Eastern side, you have the Heat, and the surprise of the entire playoffs with the gentleman's sweep over the Milwaukee Bucks, winning that 4
asterisk. And the asterisk is that the Greek Freak went down with an injury. He missed 2 games and came back limping in the other game. So, that's the real reason why.
But asterisk. All right. So, so in the second round, Miami takes care of the Knicks 4-2.
But there's another there was another like surprise. Like, I thought that the Cleveland Cavaliers were going to handle the Knicks. So that was surprising. The Knicks took Cleveland out 4-1. I don't believe there was any injury issues there. They just beat them.
No, not in that series. In the Heat series, it was. But that 4-5 matchup is always. That 4-5 matchup is always a wash. That's like one of the hardest to bet in anything.
Right.
If you're betting a 4-5 matchup, those two teams are basically separated by 1 game. So
I was shocked by it because the Cavs, they were more consistent than the Knicks for most of the year, and it just seemed like with Donovan Mitchell on the Cleveland Cavaliers, and then they have those young supporting guys on there, that it just felt like that was their time, but they didn't produce. You got to give more props to the Knicks for that. I think really not the Knicks. I would pick the Knicks. I wouldn't give props to the Knicks. I'm giving props to Bronson. I think he really helped that team, and he helped propel them to overachieve. But then the Heat brought them back to reality.
So speaking of the Heat took care of the Knicks in 4 games to 2 in the second round, and then
Yeah.
the surprise was the Eastern Conference Final, a rematch of last year. And it went the other way this time because last year it ended up in Game 7 with Boston coming out on top, but this year it ended up with the Heat taking the lead after going up 3 games to 1. So let's not lose sight of that. They should
No,
have.
they went 3 games to 0.
Yeah, 3 games to nothing. They should have took care of business. Prior to
Yeah.
the trip.
And then remember Game 6 in Miami, they lost right there at the end of the game with a tip in, and that's what made them lose. And now you're going back, losing an opportunity of a lifetime to close out, to go to the finals, in the conference finals, at home. And you couldn't. I mean, the Heat, for whatever reason, they were lackluster at home. They allowed the Celtics to control the game, and then they hung around. And at the end of the game, they got the tip in, and everybody was freaking out, including Damian Lillard, who went online and said that he felt like he felt so bad for the Miami Heat. That's your first inclination that he's really watching the Heat hard, and he wants to be a part of the Heat. I thought about it back then too when he said that. I'm like, why is he having so much emotions for the Miami Heat? But you know,
Well, leave it to Venkat to always jump the gun. So these banners are killing me, man. I didn't realize so much activity was going on in the chat. I can't even see it. So Ricardo says lots of movement indeed. The ESPN layoff is attributed to the yeah. We're gonna get we're gonna donate a lot of time to that because that's really what I want to touch on.
hey Trevor, I'll be back 1 second.
All right. Got LeBron. What does that say? What does that say? Got LeBron. Oh, talking about retiring and such. Yeah, I mean, if LeBron walks away from the game right now, I mean, job well done. That's all I'd say. I'm pretty sure my co-host would have other things to say about that, but I think LeBron has carried himself as an ambassador for the NBA. He has been a professional. I don't care about everybody saying, "Oh, he's not with his original team." Big deal. There's nobody in the NBA right now that wants to stay with their original team. Let the Nuggets start having losing seasons and things like that, and see if Joker doesn't want to talk about going somewhere else. I mean, it is what it is. You don't have the Tim Duncans and the Dirk Nowinskis anymore that's going to stay with the team that drafted them. That doesn't happen anymore.
It should.
But it doesn't. So all right. Okay, so you guys talking about mangoes now. So all right.
It's always a detour into mangoes. I don't know.
So the reason why I wanted to go through how easily Denver mowed through their competition. I'm a homer, but it is what it is. The Miami Heat were not competition for Denver. Denver rolled over them because Denver was a better team. The only thing I would say is that Denver had an easier path to get to the finals, not in the teams they played, but because I think a Phoenix Suns team is better than any team Miami had to beat. But what I'm saying is, and the Grizzlies, which was the number 1 seed, correct? What I'm saying is that they were able to take care of business so early that they get that much needed rest. Whereas with Miami, it was just like grinding series. Even though they won 4 games to 1 against Milwaukee, you don't play a Milwaukee Bucks team and don't feel the pain. Like it's like being in the ring with Vader. You don't wrestle a Vader, even if you wrestling Vader for 5 minutes is like wrestling Ric Flair for 3 hours. Like it's not gonna be easy on the body. Like they lay on you, they're rough, they're aggressive. So that's my only thing that I got to say about that as far as the Miami Heat, because I'm not giving them any pass. They got their ass kicked good in the championship. So we'll have Venkat go ahead and gloat for his
There's no go.
Denver Nuggets.
You have the games like 1, 2.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm still trying to read. Uh, yes, yeah. See, they're still. Everybody wants to get to that layoff thing. All right, let's get to this. Let's get to the game. So we have the NBA Finals. Which do you know the ratings on this?
Yeah, I don't know the actual number, but what I do know is they said that this NBA Finals had the highest finals ratings since I think 2015 or 16, one of them.
What do
So
you
I
attribute that to?
um I don't know. I think in all of the sports there should be a resurgence in the interest in sports in general, live sports, because of we just went through COVID. People are starting to, get out more and attend arenas and whatnot. So I think people are just trying to get back to the times of really being in it. If you could remember, like back in the bubble, 2020, and even a little after 2021, that season was plagued with a lot of injuries. So a lot of the teams, their best players or certain supporting players weren't there. It just didn't have the same feel. Um, so in 2022 and three, I just feel like the fans are like trying to just get back to a sense of normalcy. And I think one of the things is just live sports. Everybody across the board should be up. I think you see it in wrestling, you see it in UFC, you should see it in football. I think it's just people are just trying to get back to that time. So I don't think it's any one thing specific, but that's what I think.
So what was the finals last season?
Last year was the Golden State Warriors versus the Boston Celtics, which I
So,
didn't even want to pay attention to that.
but where I'm going at is look at those two markets. Why? How? That's what I'm just trying to see. Why would this season? Why would this finals? I mean, because at this point we're in 2023, so we're 3 years removed from COVID, so that's not an issue as far as attendance. Why would last season's
No,
finals not?
it does have an issue in terms of attendance. So I work with the airport, and as far as like this year versus last year, and obviously the years during COVID, which was not no traveling was really happening, no significant travel, I should say. But last year is not anything near what's happening this year, where there's just people just going places, going out, doing things, attending events. I think you cannot understate the years of COVID and all the restrictions and the caution and the chaos that was happening back then to now the vaccines out there, and it's not as bad as it was before, and now people are feeling more comfortable and it's much more activity, and the airlines are showing that with the delays and all the you know the demand for people to go out and travel and be involved in events. So it is a huge part that could easily be overlooked, but I see it.
So Ricardo says this finals meant more for the Midwest due to the Nuggets needing to win the championship under its roster. Yeah, but the Nuggets aren't considered a Midwest team.
The Nuggets are no, they're not a Midwest team. No,
Yeah,
they should not be a Midwest team. No.
I'm just trying to figure because the the market, if you look at Miami is a hotbed. Miami is a hotbed no matter what you do, is going to be a hotbed. But the
Yeah.
market of Golden State and Boston, like those two teams to me are must see box office. So it's just crazy
No.
that this would be bigger than that as far as ratings like that.
So look at we talk about storylines in wrestling, but there's storylines in all sports and definitely in basketball. So look at all the things that occurred throughout the season with John Morant, with LeBron James being in his 20th season and still being super productive. Uh, his points per game, his rebounds, his influence on his team. He's still a very effective player at that age. And then the issue he got into with the Memphis Grizzlies, that idiot saying that he doesn't respect anybody unless they hit 40 on him. And so, like, there were a lot of like heated rivalries and storylines and situations in there. Throughout all the things that were happening in the league, everybody conveniently just ignored the defending two-time MVP, the Joker. And they just were, I don't know why the disrespect, maybe because of the smaller market, but that's just idiotic, really. No real basketball fan is overlooking that team and that player. Historically, this guy is putting up numbers historically that are just amazing. So the fact that an ESPN reporter is saying, "Oh, I never knew how good this guy really was," the two-time MVP here. So that screams and say a lot about how superficial we look at sports in general. But yeah, there was just so much. There was so many different interesting storylines, things that got headlines, especially with John Morant's stupidity. That it just put more eyeballs on like what's going to happen. Last year, I don't remember anything really specific happening that will make you want to see it. The Golden State Warriors had already won the championship and had been in the NBA Finals like so many times. What they were in the finals in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and now it's 2022 and they're in there again. Why would that really be a spark for viewership? That's not really going to do it. And the Boston Celtics, yeah, that's a larger market, but people don't really care about Boston Celtics like that. Boston Celtics, especially in the black community, has always been a negative thing as far as we love the fact Red Auerbach got like the first, black players in the league, and he did all that with Bill Russell. That's cool, but even Bill Russell himself, he disassociated himself with the Boston Celtics for their racist fan base and the history that they have. They could frown on what I'm saying all they want to, but that's their legacy they crafted, not me. I'm just calling it out for what it is. So that's not really a tailor-made finals. That's not really a tailor-made playoff run. I think this playoffs, you had a lot of interesting, like look at the Miami series, right? That game 6, the tip at the end. Everybody went berserk with that finish. It was a crazy finish, but there were multiple exciting moments throughout this playoffs, and I think that's what really helped.
Yeah, I'm just I don't know, because like I said, I was one of those guys. I had no idea who this Joker guy was. But again, I'm not, when it comes to basketball, I only watch basketball come playoff time. So I don't,
Right.
so I'm not watching basketball. I can't, these 82 games don't mean enough to me throughout the regular season just because a team could get in with 40 wins. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, whereas with the NFL, you got a 17 game schedule and you got to have a good record to make the playoffs. Like, that's, so every week means something. And shout out to I think this is the last week. I think this is the last weekend until March
Mm-hmm.
of next year where we don't have NFL football. So y'all stay tuned, because we're gonna have a lot of Miami Dolphin talk coming up. Because now it's time. Now it's time. Yeah, Ricardo, man, I don't know if you're at work, man, but you seem to be real chatty in the chat, and I'm trying to read everything you have. But if you want to come on, because this is like you making a lot of good points, and for me, I have to read them all.
Yeah, I mean, there was one point we were watching Cavs versus Warriors. That happened like 4 years in a row or something like that. Come on, how was
but
that?
that was LeBron's Cavs though.
It doesn't matter. It's like
Oh,
you
it
want
does
you
matter. It
you
does.
want you want parity in the league. You want at any
No,
given
you
night.
want parity in the league. I love dominance. You want parity.
Dominance is like saying you love dominance is like seeing a quadriplegic, and you're like, I love dominance. Like that doesn't make sense to me. You want to see the best, and when you have the best, you're not always going to come out on top. So if there's dominance, that means there's a weakness somewhere, and that's not really, and that isn't good for the person winning, and it damn sure ain't good for the person losing because you're not really playing up to your level because you're playing weaker opponents.
Tell
That's
that
why
to the Chicago Bulls.
I'm a proponent of, because you just complained about a good point that, the games don't mean much. Weaker teams are getting in. Well, if they would do one through 16, instead of worrying about which conference you're coming from, whether East or West, that would guarantee the best teams get in, and you would see better matchups. You would see better, more exciting games. But until they realize that, they're not going to do anything. As far as like the regular season not meaning anything, one of the things that they've proposed, and it looks like it's going to go into effect. I don't know if next year or the year after, but they're doing a mid-season tournament. But I think they're still failing with that idea. But the mid-season tournament is going to be, I guess, instead of playing certain teams throughout in the middle of the year, they're going to redirect it into a tournament format, and it'll still count in the regular season record. And then whoever gets to the finals of that tournament, the two teams will pretty much be playing 83 games in the season instead of 82. And the winners on the winner's side will get like 500,000 per player, and I think the losing team will get $200,000. I say I don't care about that. These guys are pretty much millionaires or whatever. Who cares about them getting any money? I think that whoever won that tournament should get like an automatic playoff spot. Like maybe they can't go any lower than 4. So even if they lose all the rest of the games of the season, they're guaranteed to be in the playoffs, and they're at number 4 with home court advantage. I think that would make more sense. But
You're gonna
whatever.
have a tournament within the season.
Yeah, they do it in soccer and other sports. But I think that they're trying to make the regular season matter more for the on the player side, because it's not fair that fans are trying to go to games to see certain stars, and then they're just sitting on the end of the bench with no injury. They're just skipping the game. So they're trying to make it matter more, but I think it's kind of misguided. I think you got to attach like some sort of seeding or advantage that if I win this tournament, I'm already in the playoffs. I don't even have to worry. I could coast through the season if I want. I mean, if it happens or whatever, like say you get an injury and you end up losing, you still won the tournament, so you're going to get in. So I continue to play good to get higher rankings, but I know that I won't fall below this point. I think that's what they should do. And I haven't heard the commissioner say that at all. I think it's a missed opportunity.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to game one. And
All right.
what you're gonna notice in these games too. Well, I mean, shit, it was 4 games to 1, but Denver handled them pretty good. So in game one, Denver wins 103. I mean 104 to 93. I mean, it again, it was like, to me, when I look at this series, I'm just like, Denver just was the better team. They had no answer for Joker, and that's it. And
But
Jimmy didn't do enough to make it competitive.
well, I mean, I don't want to blame Jimmy Butler too much. Um, I think that even with that score, you see the 104-93, that's a pretty solid handle of a team. But if you revisit the game in itself, there were moments where the Heat were right there. And they could have, if they had like a Damian Lillard or some kind of player like that, maybe they would be even closer or over the top. Because they're just, they're a team that's like, they're like the Karate Kid, where they don't have a lot of the physical attributes that they need, but they have the heart, and they've fought in tooth and nail throughout the playoffs. And they got, I mean, it's to be commended how far they got. But Denver is just a team that's just been around. These players know each other for years. They've been playing together all this time, and they've just been getting better and better. And it was just their time. And if you're gonna beat a team like Denver, you gotta have it all together. You know, a lot of the Heat players that contributed to help this run so great for them. Some of them are undrafted. You know, so they just showed a lot of heart. But for them to really pull it out, because they had it. That 93 to 104 is very misleading. At the end of the game, you know, teams are just letting the clock run out, or because it's like they can't get into it. So there's like some scores happening that are subsequential scoring. So it's not really as bad as we would think. They had their moments. And now if you go to game two, the Heat exploited that situation and they actually won that second game, you know?
Yeah, Mike Venkat, that's why I'm not saying nothing. We had a conversation earlier and I told him he liked to talk more to me. He don't believe me.
Oh Lord
I'm
Jesus.
I'm just letting him go. Like he been waiting for this for a month. Mike says that so Mike is in the middle of getting a new vehicle. So yeah, that's gonna be like 3 hours. Yeah, I don't know how long that shit takes. Which I never can understand why car buying takes so long. I mean,
it is ridiculous.
I've never been in a dealership. I've been in a dealership maybe 3 or 4 times, and it has never taken less than probably 3 hours.
3 hours is a good day.
Yeah, but that's crazy though. Like, why? I mean, everything was there. The money was like, you know what I mean? It's not like what was the holdup. I don't know. I really don't know. So let's go to game 2, the one that Miami did win. And again,
in Denver.
You look at these scores though. Miami won 111, 108. So that it's not like to me, a win is a win. I don't care. You win by 100 or you win by one. A win is still a win, but Miami just didn't have enough to just put them away. Like just
right.
Be like, hey, you're done.
Right. They're not going to be able to do that to Denver. No way. But it was just interesting. If they would, they do need a piece or two for sure. I mean, but just the fact that they're there, I guess, it just tell you how close they are. They just need that extra piece, and I could see why the Lillard thing is going on. But we'll get to that later. But
and let's not lose sight here that Miami was the number 8 seed. So
right,
I mean, we're not talking about a great powerhouse. We're talking about a team that had to do a play-in game to even get here. So
right.
Yeah, we're not talking about a team that everybody just is like, oh yeah, they're going to be back there. So, that in itself, I honestly, like I said, I think they just burned themselves out. Like they were riding on such a high. It's almost like, okay, at the same time Miami was making this playoff run, the Florida Panthers were making the same playoff run. The Florida Panthers ran into the I think it was the Golden Knights or whoever they played, and they got their ass kicked. I mean, because it's like you could be the little engine that could, but when you run into that, you run into that big boy, then there's nothing you could do. It's just like the Indianapolis Colts. I want to say it was 1996. They went through a crazy playoff run with Jim Harbaugh. And then they ran into, I forget who they ran into in the AFC title game, and then they got destroyed. They were a good story, but eventually with basketball, that's why the basketball playoff to me is the best, because over a 7-game stretch, the best team is going to win. I can't recall a series I ever watched and I was like, the better team didn't win. Unless you were just trying to nitpick and it was your team. But even last year, Miami losing game 7 to Boston, I thought Boston was the better team. They were deeper. To me, I thought Boston was the better team.
And you can't understate though the fact that like you said, the Heat had to hustle to finish off the something. Even though they had a 3-0 lead, Then they went into a war in a game 7, and then the emotional drain that must have happened after that game 6 when they lost the game in a tip in. The guy tipped the ball in, and that made them lose that game in Miami. Now they got to go on the road, and then Jimmy Butler makes the statement that we're gonna handle business and win this game in Game 7 in Boston. So they had to dig deep down and use a lot of energy and resources just to get to the finals. So it makes sense. Again, I won't put them down for losing 4-1 to the Denver Nuggets because again they're deep. The Denver Nuggets are deep, hard to beat team when you're fully rested. So they had to go through a lot. They had to go through a lot. So I'm not as down on them as far as that.
This is the second time, though. I mean, I know you don't like to count the bubble year, but in the bubble year, they lost to the Lakers 4-1.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like so. Like, are we becoming the Buffalo Bills of the Eastern
Oh
Conference?
God! Oh my God!
I'm just saying that's why we're going to get to later what I think is going to put them over the hump because I laughed and I joke a lot of times. I always say that that the Nuggets are the whitest team in the NBA, which they aren't. I mean,
You're not.
yeah, you look at the team, they aren't. But I just say, you know what it is, and I think it's because I'm looking at the face of their franchise, which is a Joker. He looks like this kid that works with me, just a big doughy white boy that looks unassuming, and you're just like, oh man, you know what the hell could he do until he's dropping 30 on your ass and grabbing 15 boards and stuff, and then you have no idea what the hell happened to you. So
right,
and it always goes. I hate to even give him credit, but Mike always says that Jimmy Butler is a superstar in the playoffs, which he is. I just think like if he cared a little more, that's why when you talk about this whole midseason tournament, even though I think it's stupid, it would probably cut down on some of that load management crap.
yeah.
You know, maybe if you're paying $300 a ticket, you could actually see Kawhi Leonard play. Versus sitting there in a suit. So it may cause these people because Miami Heat tickets are expensive, man. Even to sit up in the 300 level, you're looking at over $100, in most cases. So it's like, it's crazy, man. It's like these guys are getting paid millions of dollars. Jimmy signed a max contract, so he's not hurting for money. I mean, us regular people got to go to work every day. These guys for a half of a percentage of a fraction of what these guys are making. So these guys need to show up, to the guys that's paying them. And, I'll be that fan. We're the ones.
Jimmy Butler's beginnings is tough, man. I mean, his background, his story, being homeless and stuff like that. And then that family, that white family helped him out. Gave him a place to stay after a while, and he just grew over time and really worked his way into where he's at. More props to Jimmy to do that, to get that max contract. I mean, I'm sure that had to have been a teary-eyed moment for him because of where he came from. His mom pretty much rejecting him because he looked like the dad, and the dad didn't treat her right or whatever. But
oh boy, that we'll say that's a Man Talk Monday. That's a Man Talk Monday story if I ever heard it.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler, man, he been through some stuff.
Man. All right, so let's go on over to game 3. So here it is again. Hold on, let me get this off the screen. Game 3. Hold on. Hard to navigate through these comments and the brand. So game 3, here you go. 109-94. Again, that score, that's an I kicked your ass score in basketball.
But look at Joker and Jamal Murray. 2 players, first time ever. 2 players getting a triple double in the finals like that. 30-point triple double. That's crazy.
So
that don't happen.
They kicked their ass. So Joker had what? 32 points, 21 rebounds, and
10 assists.
And 10 assists. Come on, that's ridiculous. And Murray had 34 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. That means that between the two guys, they got 31 boards between the two guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's dominance. That's like two guys, 31 rebounds. On average, an NBA team gets about 50 rebounds in a game. Two guys. And I'm talking about a collective team and with the bench and everything. Two guys got 31 rebounds.
Yep.
Come on, man. That's they dominated them. There's no other. And the thing with the Miami Heat, here's another thing. With the Miami Heat are one of those teams where if their shooters aren't on, then that's it. Like there's no pivot. Like a lot of teams, if your shooters aren't on, then you play a more inside game. Well, nobody plays inside basketball now, but yeah, I bet Joker even was pulling up for threes. But you have a more inside game. You play a more perimeter game. Now, if Miami's just shooting up threes and missing all of them, then they're back on defense. There's nobody down there to rebound. Bam is good, but Bam isn't I'm gonna stand under there and bang with you good.
Bam is not a superstar.
Yeah, he's not. I've never said Bam was a superstar. That's why they need. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to that picture, but that's why they need Dame. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I think Dame will put because damn, I hate to jump the gun, but because Dame, a player like Dame would put them over the hump where Jimmy doesn't. I mean, we always say it. Jimmy doesn't give you.
He doesn't have it every night.
Yeah. He doesn't give you his all in the regular season. He doesn't. So if you got a guy like Dame that wants to prove something now, oh, get out of here. He wants to prove like, hey, I wasn't the problem. Yeah. See, Mike's talking about Bam is a glorified role player. I could agree with you. Because there's no true big man anymore. Like to me, there's no big man that there'll never be a Shaq. So when you see a guy like Bam, you just like, he's going.
Well, another one of the changes that the NBA is doing. That I think is probably for the best, the way the game is right now. So, if people get into the All-Star game and people get the All NBA, every year they have a All NBA first team, second team, and a third team, and they're starting to limit or eliminate, I should say, the positions. So now you could have an All NBA team, first team. All of them is guards,
full of guards,
or forwards, instead of because like they showed a crazy. I couldn't believe this happened, but it did happen. I think back in 2016, the All NBA first team, Khan is on there, and all these other great players. But at center, because there's no great centers, they had to put DeAndre Jordan on the first team. Now, who didn't make the first team? Kevin Durant. So Kevin Durant didn't make first team, but DeAndre Jordan did because they had to find a center, and Kevin Durant is not a center. So now the NBA is getting rid of that, and I think that's better.
So let's stop there right now too. The center position. Why is what happened? But like basketball was always played through your center growing up. If you didn't have a dominant, there was a time you couldn't win a championship without a big man, with like a dominant big man. And then you had a time where every team had a dominant big man. It just was a matter of whose big man was better. Ask the New York Knicks. Patrick Ewing, I think in this time, Patrick Ewing would be unstoppable because these guys nowadays are two finesse players, and Patrick Ewing, he was a product of having somebody like Elijah Wan around him or David Robinson or
But Patrick Ewing probably wouldn't get any minutes because they require that centers got to be at least halfway decent 3-point shooters.
Yeah,
Because of the way they run the offense now, you're gonna get exploited, and that's the problem now. That's why you see a lot of the centers, they're capable of shooting threes, and if you're not, you won't have a job, let alone have a position on the floor.
Yeah, you see what Mike says, because most centers weren't able to gain skills needed to exist in the Steph Curry age. But
that's the thing. It's analytics and Steph Curry. Analytics and Steph Curry.
Where did that change? Like, how
did Steph Curry?
You remember what's the guy? He was supposed to be this great big phenom coming. I was about to say phenom. There's
a lot of
phenom coming out of Connecticut, I think it was Hashim Thabit or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to him? Like, he was like 7'2". What happened to him?
I don't know. He's off my radar. I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying, man. You had Greg Oden was supposed to come change the game.
Yeah, he got injured.
But
he had to go change his knees.
None of these guys were able to translate because this game has sped up. You got 7-footers pulling up for 3-pointers. That's why I don't watch it, just because it's not what I remember. Again, here I am. I'm the old guy.
Well, the NBA made a decision to speed up the game. Fundamentally, you notice, like, you don't see a lot of like 74 to 83
because they don't play defense. There's no defense.
It's not just that. Like, they do what some part of the rule change is like the shooters, the offensive player is super protected. And as a defensive player, you have more hazards and liabilities. So they're doing that because they wanted to get away from the age of their superstar Michael Jordan getting hammered and hit by the Pistons. They feel like that's bad for, which is true. It shortens careers. It makes the game stagnated. They want a free-flowing, high-energy, exciting game. They want the NBA to be like that. So they even exploring 4-pointers now. Because, with people like Dame and Steph Curry, they're able to shoot from back there.
This is stupid, Venkat. Like, this is stupid.
But this is what they feel like. If we get an energetic, fast-paced, high-intensity, exciting game, that viewership will follow. And if it's one thing...
But it hasn't. Over time, NBA ratings have drastically fell. Let me ask you a question. If you find a new way... You've been putting your pants on one leg at a time since you've been putting your pants on. If you find a way that's going to speed it up by maybe 2 seconds, would you change, or are you just going to continue to put them on one leg at a time?
I mean, it depends on how efficient this new way is to me. I mean, it depends on how simple it is. If I just got to step on the floor and it's hey,
it's like I feel like the Tom Brady syndrome has infiltrated every sport now, because what they want to happen, this is exactly what they want to happen. They want LeBron James to be able to play until he's damn near 50. And what they're saying is, in order to do that, we gotta make this game so much that you can't be touched. Hell, I just saw a report earlier that they're gonna start next season. They're gonna look into a new flopping rule that they're gonna institute for like penalties for flopping.
Yeah, they should 100% do that. Flopping is just negative to the game. It just makes the game look suspect. It slows the game down, because the referees got to not figure out what to call. Sometimes if it gets challenged, I mean, it's especially LeBron James. He should have a better example. And he was the first superstar on the first flopping rule to get a flopping fine placed on him.
They abuse LeBron. I know you don't care for him, but you got to admit, man, and you don't watch football. Okay. There's a football player. He doesn't have a team right now, but his name is Cam Newton.
I know him.
You know about Cam Newton.
Yep.
Cam Newton, one season, somebody broke down all the late hits that he got on him, all the hits to the head, all the hits to the knees. Because he's a black quarterback, nobody gave a damn. So it's just like when you do the whole LeBron James thing. It's like everybody just, oh, that's LeBron. Let's just attack him. Let's hack him. Come on, man. Sometimes I see LeBron going up for a shot and his leg will be going one way, his body will be turned the other way because you got three guys draping over him, man. That when he was down here with the Heat and those Pacers series, who was that? Lance, forget his name, Lance something, Lance Stevenson. Bro, those like the dirt. Those Pacer teams were trying to be the dirtiest scumbag teams. I think they felt like they were old time Celtics and bad boy Pistons when they used
I can say that. I can see that.
And everybody just used to let the shit go like there was no issue.
Yeah, but LeBron was never a guy that's like Shaq abuse level. He never got to that point. And LeBron James gets to the free throw line. Matter of fact, a little bit too much, in my opinion.
Oh God!
No, I mean James Harden is traditionally the guy that get, but he's also a known flopper as well.
Oh, he's terrible.
Yeah,
he is terrible.
Yeah,
I watched him pull up. I watched him just bring the ball down half court and pull up maybe a foot from the 3-point line, and they're sending him to the line. He doesn't look for a pass. He doesn't look for anything. Like, yeah, he's terrible, man. Like that's.
And a lot of the players were complaining when the referees decided not to call certain stuff at the beginning of the season that just passed. Here, he was one of the people that was badly affected by those new rules because they weren't bailing him out anymore, and they were complaining about it. A lot of players were complaining about it because their scoring average was off. I think Harden was averaging like about 12 points a game at the time. So, he relies heavily on drawing fouls and getting to the line. That's a big part of his game. And he does a lot of theatrics for the referees for sure.
And Mike says that Harden is a king flopper, but he's
one of them. But the king of flop is always going to be LeBron James. He's done it in the biggest moments, the biggest games. In the playoffs. I mean, that's his legacy.
This is the comment that I wanted to go back to. So he says, this is why Wemby is exciting to the league. He is a big who can do what AD does and what can. So he's a combination between Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant.
That's a great combination. We just hope that he don't have street clothes tendencies.
Wow. Wow. What the hell kind of player is that? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he's supposed to be one of those generational talents.
Wow. Was that the number one pick?
Yeah. Well, we'll get into that. We're going to get into it.
So can't blame the players. The league tells the refs what the boundaries are. Yeah, you're going to protect your superstars. That's in anything. The NFL is big at that. Like Tom Brady, ever since that season where Tom Brady got injured on the first series, he blew that late hit that tore his knees up. The NFL was like, nope, not happening. I watched Tom Brady clean hits get hit clean, and Tom Brady will get the pass off, and just because his receiver dropped it, like 10 seconds later, he'll point to the ref, and the ref is throwing a flag. It happens every time, it without fail. Like, so these leagues are trying to protect their golden boys, because worst thing, the NFL doesn't want to see Patrick Mahomes go out for a year, Joe Burrow. Like, they don't want to see that. So, and the NBA is following suit. All right, so let's look at game 4.
Yeah, this was a big one right here. So this was in Miami.
But again, look at the score.
No, but look who helped. Now you got to remember this. This is a game where the Joker was in foul trouble, so he wasn't even on the floor that much. And look who stepped up for them.
But that's Aaron Gordon. Worse. That's Aaron Gordon.
Worse. That's what I'm saying.
So that they could go so deep, their best player is in foul trouble, and it's just next man up.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Like this team was just meant to just win, like to win everything because they're constructed right. So Aaron Gordon had what 27 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and what's that last one?
He made 3-pointers.
So look at that. Look at that. 3 3-pointers. So 27 points. Almost at least a double-double. But hell, you got some guys, man. You got some guys been in the league 10 years. Wish they had a stat line like that, and he's doing it in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. So again, though, look at the score. Look at the score.
108-95.
Another 13-point game like that. That's what I'm focusing on in basketball. That's huge, man, because basketball is a game of ebbs and flows where you could be down 10 and then you up 5 in 2 minutes. Like I've seen it happen. Just ask the Knicks when Reggie.
Yeah.
Was it Reggie? What's his name?
Reggie Miller. Yeah.
Yeah. I know they hated that guy, but but that just means that the Heat never got into a rhythm. And again, it's because they're relying on their shooters. When you rely heavily on a shooter, the shooters go cold. We know that. Right? Let's talk about growing up when we used to play basketball. We all would be on the same team. You'd always be the big man in the middle. Rashid would be the guard/forward. I'm just kind of hanging out as a wingman. But who would always get hot in the corner? Fish. You always just pass the ball to Fish because when Fish was hot, you were not stopping him. But then we had some games where Fish just went cold as ice and he couldn't hit shit.
Right.
And that's what it is. It's like the Miami Heat, they don't have it's about less on the Knicks. They don't have shooters. They don't have shooters that could stay hot like just all the time, man. Like you just go to him. Steph Curry is rarely going to have a bad shooting night. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm pointing out the obvious here. Miami did great for what they were given and what they had, but there's some glaring holes on that team. That's why I would trade. Listen,
now what would have happened if the Miami Heat, same situation, the 8th seed and everything, but it's not in the East, it's in the West.
They wouldn't even made it.
Exactly. And that's the differential between the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference. In the East, you have a lot of room to play around and dance around and you can roll around in that mediocrity in the East. But in the West, it's tougher, man. In the West, you get your head taken off.
But that's why I say, like, I'm a proponent of reshuffling like the seedings after each round.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So let's look at it. The Miami Heat's record. Look at it. The Miami Heat were the number 8 seed with a 44-38 record. That's bullshit. So let's put this in context now. The team in the NBA Finals had 38 losses, and they were only the 6th seed. So the only difference between Atlanta was 41-41, and the Nets were 45-37. So literally one game behind. So let's look at Denver now. Let's just look at the big difference now. So Denver was 53-29. So a full 11 game swing.
Yep.
And the worst. So let's look at the worst team in the 8th. So the 8th seed in the West was 42-40. That was the Timberwolves. So Miami would have, so looking at the records, Miami would have been in the 8th seed, in the 8th spot, because the Lakers were 43-39. Oh yeah, so your bottom rung is this shit.
Yes. Yes, this season was tough.
Wow. I never thought about it, because look at Phoenix only won 45 games this season. Last year they were on a tear.
Yeah, because the injuries, and then Kevin Durant came over, and then he immediately got injured. So it was just weird stuff happening.
Yeah, this season was this season was crazy. But so yeah, here go another one. 108. 108-95. So another ass whooping. Like the only close game was the game that Miami won, and that was by 3 points.
Well, again, though, I mean, those games before the final score, they had moments. Like the first game, the Heat actually could have beaten or was close to beating the Nuggets. There was one game in Miami where they were close there, but the thing is that the Heat shouldn't have to come back or regain their leads. They need to be more consistent. They need to sustain their leads.
Their shooters are never their shooters, man. It's like so.
Yeah, and look how close the final game. This was in Denver.
Because you're fighting for your life there. So now,
well, usually teams are like, you know what, we can't handle this team, so we're just gonna lay down.
Then it's like, you know what? Hey, there is no tomorrow. If you don't win this game, there's no tomorrow. So game 5. Denver took that 94-89. So there you have a 5-point, there you have a 5-point game. That was a little closer, but in the grand scheme of things, Denver was just a better team. I mean, so shout out to them. They were the better team. And hold on, I just want to read this comment. Yeah, so Mike and Ricardo going back and forth about the Knicks and the Bulls. So you end up with the 2022-2023 NBA champions being the Denver Nuggets. Well deserved because they basically ran the table. So they only lost what? They may have lost 5 games in the entire postseason.
Actually, less.
So they won. They
lost 4. They lost 1 against Minnesota. They lost 2 against the Suns, and they lost 1 against the Heat.
Yeah, 4. Jeez. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Hey, I mean, you ain't gonna get. I wonder why I called them the whitest team in the NBA. I think it's because I'm looking at Joker.
Yeah, that's it.
Because you're not used to seeing you're not used to seeing like the face of the franchise being a white guy. So okay, let me ask you: is Joker better than this Nicole? What's his name? No, what's the guy from Luka
Doncic?
Yeah,
he's better. Luka is great too. I mean, he's a great player, all around player as well. But Joker, man, he's just on another level right now.
Where did he come from?
Joker?
Yeah.
Serbia, I believe.
Well, okay. Well, when I say that, because that's a weird question to ask. I mean, he didn't go to any school or anything. He was just one of those overseas players.
Yeah, I believe he was drafted in the 2nd round.
Okay.
Like everybody was passing him like crazy. Even Portland could have gotten him, but they didn't see no potential in him.
So, Nikola Jokic is your NBA Finals MVP. But hold on, because I want to ask something. So he's the first player in the NBA history with 250 plus rebounds and 150 plus assists in a single play. Like, that's ridiculous. That's crazy.
He's a historic player, man. He has to be valued at some level because he's doing things that others haven't done.
So what I want to get to now. So you got Joker, you got Luka Doncic, and I'm pretty sure there's other ones. These overseas players are
the overseas players are the best players. The overseas players are the best.
These overseas players are coming over here dominating the game of basketball.
Yes.
Why is it that you got a guy like Ja Morant who can't have that type of discipline like these guys to worry more about his craft and just be the best versus always being in the headlines for other shit?
So Ja Morant, from what I understand with his history, he's pretty much a middle class, if not a little bit better, lifestyle for him, right? Joker and all these other guys, they're coming out of poverty. They're coming out of a different country, a different type of situation. They're just, I guess, more focused on getting what they need to get done to better their families and their situation. So I don't know. Ja Morant is probably, doing a lot of victory laps before the race is over. But he needs to get refocused. This is an embarrassment on sports, not just basketball, but sports, John Morant.
So it's like, man, I ain't gonna be careful how I say this. To hell with this shit.
Go ahead.
It's my damn channel. I can do whatever I want. So it's like the conversation that we always have. Me and MD always have this conversation about, and I have it with Yang all the time. And now I'm hearing everybody.
Immigrants.
Yeah, everybody dissing immigrants now. It's like that's the popular thing to do is just
that's a ridiculous thing to do because all these Americans are immigrants. They don't belong here.
If a Black American was born here and has all the I would always tell my cousins this because they'd always tell me, oh, you think you're better than us. This was growing up, and I'm like, bro, like, what are you talking about? Y'all were born in America. Y'all parents didn't have to bring y'all over here, you know, and you go through the system and you do all that shit just so you could be here and things like that. You guys were born with the advantage. So how is it now that you have the immigrant come over here and I'm just following the book? I'm following the rule book. I always, you always hear about how great America is. You always hear about things, the opportunity that you can get in America. But so what I'm saying is, how come us immigrants are always vilified because we seem to be making the moves of more than the people who have everything already laid out to them? Because I'll say this, because they'll say, oh, but you didn't have to deal with racism. But so let me ask you a question. So me as a Black immigrant, when I come over here, I don't have to face racism?
Yeah, I think that's an idiotic thing. Yeah, you definitely not only that, you have to face racism worldwide. It's an issue.
But you see what they do to us when we come over here. Like when we come over here, and if we come over here at a certain age, they always put us a grade back because of the language barrier. It's not that we aren't smart enough, because America has the worst education in the world. It's not that we aren't smart enough, but the issue is because of the language barrier, they always want to hold us back a grade. So that's not holding us back, but yet and still, we still find some type of way to overcome all that. So when you say that, like you talk about Jokic, you talk about Giannis. Like I heard Giannis' story. Giannis grew up in shit. I remember Giannis. Yes. I remember one time he said something about when he ate he went to McDonald's and had a burger. Like he thought that was the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah. Yep.
But you got these guys have this. I'm not going to say luxury, but it's all about the opportunity. That's why I never feel bad when somebody says, "Oh, y'all immigrants are doing this and doing that." I'm like, are you serious? Like, we legit do the jobs that y'all don't want to do. So don't, they got to get done. I mean, where I work, I've been in the same place for 20 years, and I have a lot of guys under me. Like, so in terms of position, you have the owner, you have her son, and then you have me. That's it. That's the pecking order. So like in terms of position, everything comes through me because they don't want to be bothered with it. But imagine a young Black kid starting there from so long ago, having everybody. Man, all the shit that I had to eat there because they were telling me, oh, you're not smart enough, you can't pick this up, and I'm not going to listen to you. I've been in this business for over 20 years, and you only 23 at the time when I first got there. I'm not going to listen. Like all the shit that I had to deal with. So you know what that made me do? That made me go home and have to study harder to try to be the best at what I did so I could prove to them. So I get it, man. When you have somebody like a Joker that's saying, hey, I'm going to prove to you in this game that I'm the absolute best and nobody is better than me. Like that championship is well.
You know what you should do? You should look up Joker when he was a kid and look at that picture. That right there, everybody looks at that picture and like, how could that kid be so dominant and do all this stuff right now? And that picture just encapsulates everything. Like if you can't like appreciate a person coming from that, just a fat little kid.
I think I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy though, man, because it's like it is almost disrespectful that you get villainized so much for not getting in trouble. And I mean, I ain't gonna say not getting in trouble because I got in trouble a lot. I got arrested a lot when I was a kid. I've been arrested 3 times. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm not saying I've been here and just had the perfect life. No, I've been arrested a lot of times. Like they threatened to put me away for a good while, but I changed all of that. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's crazy the fact that we get vilified. I think it's just another way that people don't want to look at their own shortcomings, and it's just another person to point the finger at. And I told this to MD, I'm like, you guys should be happy for us immigrants because now it gives you guys another person to point the finger at because y'all don't want to point it at the white man. So there you go. Now you can point it at us. So, when me and Yango was supposed to have our debate, I wanted to debate him on was black immigrants, do black immigrants pose a threat to your nationalism? And he can't say that they do, because they don't. Like we're so minute. We don't pose no issue to you guys, man. It's like, what?
If the NBA did a game, there it is. I mean, titties and all, man.
Man, that's the NBA.
That's the guy that's just punking all these players in the league right now. Should have been 3 times MVP. Should have been 3 times. I mean, that was some bull crap. Just because Michael Jordan never did it, that don't mean that he can't do it because Jordan didn't do it. It's crazy.
Like this is the kid that's
Telling you, man. Telling you. But if the NBA put a game on where it's foreign-born players versus USA-born players, the foreign players are going to stomp the USA players, as much as it pains me to say that.
a lot of that too, though, Venkat, is because they're older. A lot of them. So when you look in the Olympics, you remember there was a stretch Team USA wasn't doing nothing in the Olympics because they were going up against all these guys that were older. After the Dream Team 1 and 2, I think they went on a stretch where they just were getting their ass kicked.
Yeah. Then the Redeem Team.
They were the Redeem Team had to come in and do, but they were going up against.
And they had a tough time with the Redeem Team. They almost lost too.
Who was the guy? So they were going against.
It was Kobe, LeBron, Dwayne Wade was on there, Kevin Durant was on there, Carmelo Anthony was there. That was a stacked team. That team right there
are bona fide superstars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was great.
Superstars, and they still wasn't going over there dominating. I remember Dream Team 1. I remember one game they played, and I mean it was against Angola, but they were up by 50 in the second quarter. Like,
oh yeah. And that's the thing that the players of today were inspired by the Dream Team. Those international players, that was like their first like glimpses of like NBA superstar players back then. That helped motivate a lot of players to want to become basketball players or get more serious about basketball. When they saw Michael, I mean, like when the Dream Team were playing, before the game and after the game, the opponents are asking for autographs. They want to take pictures and all this stuff like that. Like that's what it was about. So yeah, I mean, it was just a big way to open up the game of basketball in a more global sense. And it happened, and the viewership is there, and the players are there. Now, before you couldn't say that because there wasn't that many international players in the league, and the ones that were there, they only were like, they not like they weren't bad players, there were some great ones like Drazen Petrovic, who passed away. He used to be on the Trailblazers, and then he went to the New Jersey Nets, and he was like legendary in his shooting skills. There were some great international born players back then, but a lot of them didn't get the opportunity. Like I say, Drazen Petrovic, he was coming off the bench behind Clyde Drexler and another player, so he got no playing time.
You had Sabonis. What's his name?
Right.
Arjami. How you say his name?
Arvydas Sabonis,
Yeah.
and his son is in the league right now.
Zajunas Agauskas.
Yeah. But those are some great ass plays. Like anybody, Shaq made a joke and said, but it's true. Anybody with a Vich in their name, they're a great shooter automatically. And it's true. Yeah. Stojakovic, I mean, come on. Great shooters, man. Great shooters. So it helped the game big time. That dream team thing helped the game.
So an hour and 15 minutes in, which I really thought was going to blow past the finals. But all right, let me wrap up for part 2 of 4. So this one we're gonna really go through because I have zero knowledge about this. But let's talk about the 2023 NBA draft. So I do have the first 2 round draft picks. So let's go through that. Venkat's gonna have to go through that one because I have no idea what.
Well, I don't know all the players, but I just want to. Of course, the first pick.
So I just blew it up. So I gotta run through them real quick and just stop. So round 1, the San Antonio Spurs chose Victor. That's the guy Mike was talking about. That guy.
Yeah, Wembanyama. And
so, you know anything about him?
Well, yeah, he's a top, even LeBron. Everybody is seeing him as like the future of basketball right now, and he's super tall and linky. He's with the Spurs, and it's just funny how the Spurs got David Robinson, then they got Tim Duncan, and now they got this guy, and it's like they're very fortunate with these big center forward guys that are if everything goes as planned. This whatever the hell, he will be around the league for 20 years and will be dominating, just like Tim Duncan did.
Can he change the franchise?
Yeah, I mean he's one of those generational talents that can.
You said that about Anthony Davis, not you specifically.
Right, yeah. And I think the problem with Anthony Davis is he's always in street clothes. He's always injured.
So when you're as big as this guy, the knees don't hold up.
But he doesn't have a lot of weight on it, so I mean
it's even worse.
I mean, yeah. So we'll have to see. I mean, we're gonna look back at this video years from now, and it would be like talking about Akeem Olajuwon. Potentially, it would be that type of scenario. You see that the Charlotte Hornets got Brandon Miller. Of course, my Trailblazers got Scoot Henderson, which is an interesting pick because originally we thought that we'll use that pick to get a veteran star player in the Trailblazers that'll keep Dame in Portland. But Scoot Henderson could also be another one of those generational talents that could be very, very good for the franchise for years down the road. So we'll potentially trade him away to get a veteran guy. And what if things don't work out there and then we just lost somebody that we could have had?
Remember, you guys are the same team that picked. Are you the ones that picked Sam Bowie?
Yeah.
So that's
to me, that's not even the worst one. I mean, I know we could have had Michael Jordan, could have had Charles Barkley, could have had a lot of people.
Durant.
The Kevin Durant one is the one that pains me the most. That one because goddamn, it's Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant, even with talking with Dame last year, Dame was trying to get Kevin Durant to Portland, and Kevin Durant said, no disrespect, but I'm not playing for that sorry franchise that passed on me when they had a chance to pick me in 2007. And I have to agree with Kevin Durant on that.
And the Miami Heat, they're calling them Triple J, picked up Jamie Jaquez Jr. I saw highlights this morning where he's tearing up the D League. I mean, like tearing it up. to a point
so that's really good for them.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Pat Riley doesn't hold on to these guys. Hey, listen, Pat, and I mean, anybody else on this list you want to go through?
No, you go to the second round real quick, and then we'll
hold
go
on,
through.
because I'm a bigger football fan. Hey, Brent, there's a link in the chat. Let me put it back on.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just put the link back in the chat. But yeah, Dwayne, just hit that link. Make sure you don't have your damn camera, you bouncing us all over the place like last time. But okay, so I'm a big fan. Everybody know, I mean, I love football. Football is my favorite sport outside of wrestling. But to me, the NBA draft doesn't carry the weight. Like, so I don't know how I'm saying this, but the NBA draft, like those players to me aren't outside of the top maybe 5, aren't franchise changers like in
but that's the thing though, Trevor. Kobe Bryant was like the 12th pick of the draft. You know what I mean? Like Joker was in the second round. You never know. Like Draymond Green was in the second round.
But
so you never know.
You hear what you're saying?
Go ahead.
Second round. Why weren't these guys? What kept these guys? Okay.
Well, that's an indictment. That's an indictment on the scouts.
What kept them guys from being first round picks? And then what are the guys that's ahead of them doing? And hey, here we go with these damn ice pops again. What are these guys doing now that don't have that went ahead of like a Kobe Bryant or went ahead of a Draymond Green?
I'm sure a lot of that is politics too, and it's like Dames has a chip on his shoulder because he was not highly sought after or highly recruited because he came out of a small college, Weber State. Nobody even heard of it. So he always had a chip on his shoulder, as does Draymond and others, because the scouts and the people in the league that make these basketball decisions, they're not really making the right decisions. Clearly, as we're getting a 2-time, should have been 3-time MVP out in the second round. Some of the players on the Miami Heat weren't even drafted, and look at the contributions they made. So it's clear that the right people to make basketball decisions don't know about basketball, it seems like.
So read this comment. Piece of my homie Jermaine. He's watching over on Facebook. He says, well, the thing is, it's harder to gauge the talent. Jokic was picked in the second round along with Kawhi, so it's hard to judge how good they will be. But again, when you're in the NFL, you know that Joe Burrow going to be a generational talent. You know Joe Burrow is going to change your franchise forever. How could a scout that's getting paid millions not know that Joker is going to be the game changer that he is?
That's not necessarily true, man, because that's why they have the word busts, because you assume that somebody's going to be such and such and such, but it don't always happen that way.
But all the busts are coming out of the first round, though.
Right, but that's why they call it a bust, because they're expected to do such and such and such.
But but what I'm saying, and I don't know if I'm not saying it right, but
now look at Michael.
Is shit.
No, but look at like Michael Jordan, right? Like he's had like the top 5 picks multiple times in the last 12 years, and not one of them really materialized to anything.
He's a terrible front office person.
That's there you go. Well, there you go.
Are they? Because you could get matched up with the wrong coach. You could get matched up with the wrong system. You could totally take a great player out of.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true. If they're not in the right system, yeah, they could suffer for not being in the right system.
Right. So there's a lot of things that play into it. You can have all this. Your skills don't go anywhere, but like Kwame Brown, Michael Jordan was the worst thing for Kwame Brown because Jordan didn't want him. So when you kill a person's confidence, confidence is everything. Once you kill that, you're done.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. My
So
God.
Damn, yeah. Hold on,
Rick
because
Romney makes a
hold on,
hell
because
of a
the comments flying in on this show. So wait a minute, yeah. So Jermaine again says, "What is a bust? The biggest bust ever, in my opinion, came out of the NFL." Ryan, yeah, Ryan, biggest bust. And Jermaine will have to debate that because I still say the biggest bust in the NFL is Jamarcus Russell. But yeah, but again. Maybe I'm not asking this question. If you have, we're not saying, okay, so you're telling me we're going to give them a mulligan because they picked Joker in the second round versus almost losing him and not seeing the talent and picking them in the first round? Are we going to say that?
I mean, that's a good point there.
Like, what year was Joker? Hold on. What year was Joker drafted?
Joker came out like it was like 2015 draft or 2016. It was like around that time frame, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Hold on, because I want to see
Look that up.
I want to see who. So the number one pick in the 2015 draft was
Carl Anthony Towns
Carl Anthony
from
Towns.
Minnesota. Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
He's a good. I hope we can get him in Portland. But yeah, he's a center. He's a pretty versatile. He can shoot threes, post up. He's a good player. Sometimes he thinks he's a little bit better than what he is, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think it's
Does it show Joker on there?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up this way because so yeah, he was the 2015. So yeah.
Yeah. And it was like what, pick what, 40 something?
Yeah, so let's go to the 2015. Yeah, I did go to the 2015 NFL and NBA draft.
But remember, he was in the second round, so they're showing you the first round.
So let me look at all right, so that's round 1. Round 2, he was pick. Wow, he was down there.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't even, nope, that's Nikola. Is that him? Yeah, Nicole. Okay. I'm thinking of some. His name is, how you say his name? David. What?
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, he was picked number 57 for Denver.
Well, there you go. Look at that.
So
look at that.
That's what I'm saying, though. Look at all these bums that's ahead of him. I can't. I just, so Jermaine saying town. Listen, Jermaine is, y'all think Jermaine and Venkat could go back and forth on this basketball thing because he loved basketball. He a sport. He watched wrestling too. He's a sports guy. But I know you'd be at work and stuff like that. You probably don't want to come on, but yeah, he's saying that Towns is a beast. So you guys actually watch. For me, I watch every minute of football. I don't, when it comes to basketball, like I said, I'm more just into the moments. So let's look at this second round. Let's see if anybody stand out here. So we got so okay, let's look at you guys. Portland picked somebody at 43, Ryan Rupert.
Yeah, I haven't really seen anything on him yet.
Exactly.
It's too early. It's true. Right now, that I don't know if the summer league is over yet, but like I know they were playing some games recently.
But again, so
that's usually when you see these players.
But in the NFL,
yeah,
you got 32 in the first round. You got 32 each round. So that's 64. So maybe the first 3 rounds in the NFL draft, at least the first 100 players, you getting a bona fide starter. I mean, like somebody that's going to be on your team, a bona fide starter / superstar potential. In the NBA, you're getting maybe.
Well, the NBA only has 12 to 15 at the most players, right? Where the NFL is a whole bunch of players, offense, defense. So that's a little different. It's not going to be the same.
Yeah.
Man, I must not be asking the question right, man. Because in my head, I'm sure making a whole hell of a lot of sense here. Because I just don't think
I think that's the fun of the basketball side of things because it's literally like a lottery. You don't know if you got that winning ticket or not.
Right.
But the basketball contracts are so huge. Well, I
But
guess if
not
you're
for
a
the
second
rookie. Not
rounder,
for the
yeah, I
rookie.
guess, yeah, I guess
You
your
got to
rookie
prove
contract.
yourself, and then
Right.
you get your contract.
Nowadays, you have to, what is it like after 5 years or something like that? Then you get the big contracts.
And
You have
and that,
you have to meet certain criteria or
Yeah, you
whatever.
got to make the All-Star team at least
Yeah.
once or something like that. And
That's why they have different categories, max, super max, and all that kind of stuff, depending on your performance is based on what they can offer you. So nowadays, but back in the day, they used to you could just agree on a contract, but now there's a system to it.
yeah,
and that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing in the NFL now. They brought that rookie contract down a lot because I mentioned Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell got $70 million guaranteed contract.
in football.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
this was he was and he ate himself out of the league.
yeah,
Oh my God, he's
You
doing
got,
a Zion. He's doing a Zion.
But you got Sam Bradford. You remember Sam Bradford, Brent? Like Sam Bradford was another one.
right.
$58 million guaranteed, and all these guys were bums. So it's good to especially now that you're getting paid in college with the NIL deals. I think is good now that they have these guys. You got to earn it. You know what I'm saying? You're not just coming out on potential like, hey, we're going to give you $100 million contract, and then you end up being a bum after the first season. So, yeah, so I agree with that. So now this guy, so I'm assuming this is the guy I was talking about.
Oh yeah, Scoot Anderson.
So this is Portland's
Scoot Anderson. I mean,
this is Portland's new savior, huh?
Well, we're gonna see. I mean, it looks like he could be good, but we don't know. But that's the thing. It's like, do you continue with Dame? Because he's not going to be ready yet. He's not going to be ready for that type of basketball that Dame needs to get to a championship level. But if we get him off the team and then he goes on to be this historically great player, it would be like giving away Kevin Durant because you don't feel like he could contribute in his first year. And then you see what Kevin Durant becomes. It's like, oh my God, we gave that away, and that would be just a bad thing for Portland to have to do. Give away a player like this that could potentially be really great.
So hold on. So you think Dame is gone no matter what? You don't think there's any way Dame would be coming back?
No, I think it's over.
Okay,
I think
so
it's and some of the freaking Portland fan base is like criticizing Dame, and there's like players in the league making crazy memes.
Yeah, but that's foolishness. That guy stuck around in a bad relationship for long enough. But
it was not a bad relationship. It was a good relationship.
The reason why I say that is because a lot of times there'd be like a window where the guy will be like, you know what, I'll come back if X is done. So you're saying that this guy that they just drafted, this Scoot guy,
yeah,
he's not a good enough piece to be like, all right, I'm gonna stay.
No, I don't think anybody would do that on a drafted player. That unless it's Shaquille O'Neal, no, you wouldn't do that because he may need that 2-3 year mark to get to that level. And he's also a guard like Dame, so he's going to be coming off the bench behind Dame, and he won't have his opportunity to grow and grow into his role that he needs to be in.
So basically, they drafted him for insurance and just in case Dame
to replace.
No. The point. Well, okay. So the Portland Trailblazers, if you know their history, they have just screwed the pooch on everything that has to do with the draft. So we went with Sam Bowie instead of Michael Jordan. We went with Greg Oden instead of Kevin Durant. Those are center-minded mentalities, and back in that time, that's the way they thought. But I always looked at it like, draft the best player and then fill your roster out other ways, because you don't get that second chance to get that great player. You get the best player you can get. So the Blazers, I guess, after 30 some odd years of doing the wrong thing, they decided to just go with the best available player they can get. And Scoot Anderson is at number 3 the best player they could have gotten.
Is he a point guard or a shooting guard?
He's supposed to be a point guard.
Okay.
But in this league, they change things up so much.
So hold on, because again, I want to go back to this. I got to keep bringing the NFL in.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow comes in with all the hype on a shitty team.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow got hurt his first season. The next season, he has his team in the Super Bowl. What's another one? God, what the hell is the guy over in San Diego? Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert comes in and lights the NFL up. Why do these NBA guys need 2 to 3 years to be any good?
Because the NBA is different than the NFL. NFL, it doesn't take much to get to a Super Bowl. You have to go through. It doesn't take much. It's a single elimination game.
Nah, you
right? Come on now. The Super Bowl champion is probably the most disputed champion in all of sports. Come on now. If you play an entire season, you don't play a certain team all year long. You don't play all the teams in the league. So how do you know? Like, okay, the Houston Rockets back in the 90s, the Sean Kemp led Supersonics. They could never beat them, no matter what year it was. They always lost to the Supersonics. But the Supersonics had a 2-year period where they were going out in the first round. And then the Rockets went on to win the championship all those years. If the Rockets would have met the Sonics in their first round matchup, the Sonics would have probably beaten the Rockets.
You're right, so he's nuts. Like he lost.
How am I nuts? The NFL is a single elimination game, right? You don't play every team in your league. How are you crowning a real champion if one team didn't face off against another team? How is that a legit champion? In the NFL, in the baseball, in hockey, and in basketball, it's a series of games where when you win, you are pretty much solidified as the true winner. You can have a fluke afternoon and win in the NFL.
Yeah.
Come on now. Let's not be crazy about that. You can love football, but you gotta have logic on there. Yeah. It's a single elimination game.
You don't agree with this foolishness?
How is it foolishness? It's foolishness to think otherwise. Go ahead.
Because basically the logic of how people will say that, whoever at a 7-game series, that's who is the real champion. You know what I'm saying? Because how can you luck up 4 times?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
exactly. You can have a bad week.
Right.
But you can't have a bad series.
Right. So
come on.
But now when Trevor was talking about how these guys could come in and immediately lead their team to a Super Bowl, how often does that happen? That's very rare.
I mean, Joe Burrow just did it though.
Right, but you could Burrow. I mean, it's a lot of things. A lot of luck could happen. He could be in a division that's just bad. Like say when they what was the Giants division called? The
NFC East.
The East. Now all of a sudden they're starting to be pretty good now. So there's a lot of things that could just kind of line up in place.
And let's not forget that Magic Johnson, his rookie year, he won the championship without Kareem in the starting lineup.
Yeah, but he still had other guys on that team.
He had Magic Johnson. Magic scored 42 points. He did almost a triple-double in that.
And Magic Johnson is, that's generational talent. Like, that's...
Right.
Let's not act like that's any of these guys on this list. That's let me.
But we don't know. We might have another Magic on this list. We might have something else on this list that we don't know.
And he could play every position on the court. Come on, man. Let's not act like let's not act like any of these guys are in the caliber of Magic Johnson.
But you don't want that comment to age poorly, Trevor. I mean, come on.
I feel confident. This ain't gonna be
digging into it.
This ain't gonna be my Roman Reigns take. I feel confident that there's not a person on this list that could do what Magic Johnson did. That will be that caliber of a player.
Oh my God.
because the game just doesn't. They don't stay in school long enough. They have the ability now with this transfer portal thing, and that's why this past college football season, the Miami Hurricanes were able to make it to the Final Four because their team stuck together, and they were all like seniors, like guys that played together. That's why they were having all them upsets, because they were guys that played together and learned the game. These guys, somebody told them they were good in AAU, and now all of a sudden they do their 1 year eligibility, and now they're in the NBA. And now you're telling me they're gonna have to sit for 2 to 3 years? No, you should stay your ass in school, stay your ass wherever you have to be. So when you come out, the team that drafts you can put you in that position right now. You remember the big controversy with Derrick Rose and Michael Beasley? Like, nobody knew. Chicago got the better end of that deal, but nobody up until draft night. Pat Riley didn't know Chicago made the decision for him, but he didn't know who he was going to take.
So come on, Trevor. Okay, so answer
Derrick Rose.
Answer this, Trevor. You got all this talent for basketball. You coming up with your struggling family, and they say, "Hey, you can go.
Money aside,
I'm just saying you can go to the NBA right now."
Yeah, money aside, I'm not going to tell anybody they can't.
But I'm saying for you in your situation, think back to that time period. Like, I guess people get drafted like what, age 20, 19, something like that, 18 years old. At that time, you have the talent. They're telling you, hey, you go to the draft, you're going to be a top 5 pick.
Back then, because you didn't get the NIL deals. Okay, so there's a female basketball player now. She's all over the thing for LSU.
Angel
Reese.
Yep.
Somebody asked her, they did an interview and they asked her, is she going to declare for the WNBA because she's eligible now? She said, hell no. She said, I make more money in college than I ever would there. So That's what I'm saying. So back when it was time for us to be in school, you weren't getting the money outside of a booster was breaking you off. But now with these NIL deals, a lot of these guys are getting upwards of $1 million easily.
Do you like that or dislike that?
I love it. They should be able to because you talk about the NFL being modern day slavery. The NCAA is a
because they're making money off their likenesses, right?
Yeah, because they're literally working these kids for free. They're using their images, they're using their likeness, they're selling jerseys with their numbers on them. They're doing everything, and the only person not making the money is making anything is the commodity, which is the player. So I love these NIL deals now.
So you know the controversy with Chris Webber in Michigan and that Jalen Rose and them, and how they had to take away all their records and because Chris Webber was getting money, and then they were just like pretty much blacklisted and just had that stigma on them as players, the Fab Five as players, and then the school itself. So now you look at it and it's kind of different now. Guys are able to make money, but they took away their records at the time. They took away their banners, all this stuff. Just erased a lot of everything they've done because they took money. And now you feel like they're getting empowered as far as players and students in college are now empowered to make money on their name and their likenesses.
Let's look at who is it? The big I think it's the Big 12 or not Big 12, whatever Oklahoma was in. I think they just moved conferences, but one of these conferences just signed $1 billion TV deal. This is college.
Well,
this is college. So let's say before the NIL deals, that's why all these schools are joining these super conferences now. There's no more like, oh, I'm gonna stay over here, I'm gonna stay over here. These schools are being lured in with with $250 million deals. Like, hey, come over here and join this conference for 4 years. guess who still before the NIL deal wasn't benefiting from that? So the player goes out, plays, risks injury, risks permanent paralysis, and they get nothing. All they get is a free education. I'm not shitting on education, but what I'm saying is education don't put food in your stomach in the immediate future. I mean, in the immediacy while you're playing.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
You may make it to the league and you may be a superstar millionaire for whatever. Good for you. But I'm talking about in the immediacy of time right then and there. Those players should be getting money because the universities are getting money. Like, how would you feel? You go to work and you work 50, 60 hours a week. And at the end of the day, your boss is telling you, well, oh, you did it for the pride of the company. What?
Yeah.
Or instead of any kind of money, you're getting a pizza party.
Yeah, what?
Well, shit, that's what they're doing to us now. Actually, yeah, we're only getting a fraction of what we really should be getting. We really ain't getting nothing. And you made when you were talking about the Fab Five, Reggie Bush is a perfect example too.
Yeah.
I mean, they made a ton of money off his, what was going on back then, and he, at the end of the day, he got kicked, banned and everything and whatnot, and you still making money off this man. So
it's crazy. It's gross. It's gross what they do.
Yeah. So even now, these kids are doing the bowl games and everything. They're deciding not to play because they don't want to risk getting hurt, even right now. So, but then again, that may change because of the NIL stuff. But football, I guess, kind of, I don't know,
Nene knows the game.
Yeah.
She knows. She knows what that is.
It sounds like teachers, they love paying us in pizza. Yeah, like, hey, listen, the taking us out and have the company party and stuff like that is good. I mean, last Christmas, our company took us to Benihana for a nice company end of the year luncheon. But as good as that was, I love that bonus check a whole hell of a lot more.
Exactly.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like if we're the ones, I told Dwayne this. Dwayne knows this. I mentioned it to the guys, in the man cave, that my company that I work for, like, notoriously pays, just regular guys like shit. But now, because of conditions, and now you can go to Wawa now and make just as much as what they were paying in the type of field that we're in. Now it has forced the company that I work for to start paying money that, with no experience, granted, that you would have had to work there for years to make. And it's like, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, damn, they always had the money then.
Of course they always had the money. Without doubt.
The environment didn't force them to have to come out of pocket. And that's how it is with these teams.
But what's egregious about it is that you have a situation where they're just you're underpaying people during a pandemic, during inflation, where money is scarce to begin with.
Exactly. And that's the key word right there, inflation, because
or fakeflation, using the inflation as an excuse to bump up prices. Eggs shouldn't cost $12, by the way. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to be paying eggs $12 or more.
Right.
Like it's high gold or something.
But what all you're doing is just, you're raising the prices. Well, you're paying more, but you're so it's not even. It's just evening out.
Yeah, it's evening it out.
So it's not like really, But yeah,
you're better off. You're better off. I'm sorry. No, I was just saying you're better off making minimum wage in the 1970s than you are right now making minimum wage, because in the 70s, as bad as it was with gas, similar issues, high gas and whatnot, it's still not to the level of it is what it is today. And I think the idea that we can't even get like $15 minimum wage, which is clearly not even nowhere near covering people's expenses. You can't buy a home. You can't even rent in a lot of cases with the rent prices are all out of control like that. Oh, we're in political space right now.
Yeah, we done oh boy, we need a siren. We done derailed the show again.
Okay, like today, I was looking at one of those old school shows with Foxy Brown. What's the pretty lady name? I forgot what the name was.
Pam Grier.
Pam Grier. It was a 1975 movie, right? And they was talking about $400. Something for was like $400. So I like to calculate things. I get on this inflation calculator thing. $400 then was like 2,000 something. So it's really still the same thing. You know what I'm saying? When you calculate the inflation and whatnot, like $400 right now to us is nothing, right? But back then, that was a lot of money. In 1975, that was the equivalent to like I think 25, like $2,300 and something dollars or something like that. So we may look at it as back then, things were cheap and everything, but really, it was really the same thing it is today. It was high, but we just look at it as because today $400 is nothing to us because of we're in 2023. It's nothing to us, but back then, just say can we just come up with $2,500 right now?
Most people can't though.
Right. So back then they couldn't either. They couldn't come up with $400 just like that, which is the equivalent to $2,000 back then. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, we always is same different year, same story. Like always.
Exactly. That's exactly. It's nothing's really changed. So it may look like we're getting paid more, but we're really not because of the prices and everything is so sky high.
Yep.
Everybody's moving out of South Florida because it's so sky high. And I'm starting to think they're doing that crap on purpose so we can get the hell up out of here so they could do something. I don't know.
Yeah, I like oh, here you go. He about to start that conspiracy stuff again. But I always say like this year is shaping up to be my highest earning year, but it don't feel that way to me because it's like, okay, yeah, I'm making more, but now I'm spending more. Like Venkat said, your eggs going up. I just went to the grocery store this morning and probably bought 10 items. And had it not been for that damn near everything was BOGO, it would have been $100 for like 10 items. Like, and I'm talking about like essentials. It wasn't even, I wasn't buying no beer. I wasn't buying nothing that would make the prices jump up. So it's like, yeah, everybody should be paid for what they do, man. But we do have to realize that as long as you work for somebody or something like that, you'll never make what you think you deserve, like no matter what.
Right.
So all I'm saying is people should be paid a fair wage, because I often like to use this, and damn, we 2 hours in. Shit. When we bought our house in 2020. This house that I'm in right now, nothing changes. We wouldn't be able to buy it today because the market has changed so much. Like everything in such a short period of time, everything has skyrocketed. Taxes are ridiculous, insurances are ridiculous. Like everything has just it's like I don't know. I really don't know, man. Whoever's setting these rates and stuff, they're wicked. Like they're legit wicked.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
It's just wicked.
And what you're saying, everybody should be paid fairly. That'll never happen. It's set up this way.
Yeah, but at the very least, you should be paid a wage that you could be able to maintain the basics, and that means an individual should be able to afford a place to stay, and you should be able to afford food to eat and whatnot, the basics, the bare minimum, and the essentials. But people are not there.
Why do you think they have the dollar stores and things of that nature in the low income communities?
Right, but even they can't handle it. Right, they're not $1 no more. Now it's like $2,
Yeah, it's
$5.
yeah,
They can't. Even they can't handle it no more. So
Yeah, but it's meant for us to be paid peanuts, so the uppities could get paid, more in their pocket. It's
that's why I never understand people behind these millionaires and billionaires and the powerful. I never could
I think
understand
that's a shot. That's another shot at
it.
me.
I just
Um, that what I'm saying when I say that I can't vilify a person. It's just like when we had the whole immigration talk. Oh yeah, and then Dwayne, I don't know if you saw, but I told you that I had people saying that they really enjoyed you on Man Talk Monday. So just so you know, he knows the way to the Straight Talk Society now, so he'll be over here more frequently. Oh, and real quick station note. If Mike is available, we will have Man Talk Monday this Monday. I know I said that we weren't going to do. Oh no, we won't do it because we got the debate. Never mind. Sorry about that. But Jansen's presentation, I canceled it from yesterday, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it this Tuesday coming up. But yeah, so Venkat always talks about how I am with the millionaires. So here's the thing. We talk about people being paid a fair wage. I agree with that, but I don't think that somebody working at McDonald's should be paid anywhere near what I make because of what I do. And what
see, but there you go, equivalent. But if the rates of everybody's way off, like in 2018, they made a chart of the entire United States showing the minimum that everybody needs in each state to be able to be self-sufficient to afford housing and the bare essentials. In Florida, back in 2018, they were saying about 23 something an hour in Florida.
Yeah, people ain't getting that in Florida.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. That they passed $15 minimum wage 3 years ago, and the Republicans have stagnated the increase by $1. That's what they did. That's what they did. The Republicans of this state
here he goes
staggered the $15 increase, $1 a year. Every September, it goes up $1 a year. I think currently it's like at $11 or whatever.
That's crazy.
So later, in a few months it'll be $12. But every year until they get to 15. I said at the time, by the time they get to 15, you're going to need $25 minimum wage.
Right. It's never going to be right. It's never.
This ain't take fist.
Yeah,
this ain't take fist. We got to get back to the
NBA. Hey, it done completely derailed the show. But damn, I didn't even know how the hell did we get over here? Oh, because talking about the NIL and stuff. I just think like housing in Florida is ridiculous because, like I said, I mean, I like to use my house as an example. In 3 years, the value of my house shot up to a rate that they were saying it was going to hit in 10 years. So, but that sounds good. But if we were to sell the house, where would we go? Because if we wanted to go somewhere else, I would have to pay double to try to get in there. So
it's crazy. It's crazy the more you think about it.
Yeah, we got to do this. We got to do this take fist politics, man, because this shit is like is just too much, man. Is just too much. And is so Dwayne is on here and he'll be quick to tell he is big on is a plan, to hold us down and this and that. So hey, you got free reign over here to spew all that. So, just so because I love it.
We're supposed to be talking about basketball and everything. Can the common man really just go to a basketball game nowadays? Because
hell no.
Right.
Oh, right. It's very true.
If you're paying these guys all this money that they're making now, it's gonna come back up. You know what I'm saying? It got to come out of somewhere.
Well, it already happened to the Golden State Warriors fans. They moved from Oakland to San Francisco. And a lot of that fan base can't afford those tickets.
Right.
So only the uber rich and whatnot, they're able to go there, and that's
And
it.
there's a 10-year waiting period.
Oh my God.
But so listen, and yeah, because Ricardo's saying, yeah, Mr. Dwayne, your candid presentation is well needed on Man Talk Monday. Now that you popped your Straight Talk Society cherry, we expect you more often. Yeah. I'll make sure he over here as long as he's free. But so I'm gonna say this and get back into the show. Dwayne, me and you went to Miami Dolphins last football game.
Right.
Before you get into the stadium, this is where I'm telling you, man, how the rich gets richer. Before you get into the stadium, you already spending anywhere between $200 to $50 just to park. I think we paid. We got a free parking pass, and here I am thinking like, damn, we got a parking pass, so we're gonna be right on the stadium. Our parking pass had us 2 miles from the stadium.
Wow.
And I'm talking, when I say 2 miles, I mean it had us where it wasn't a parking lot. It's literally along a canal.
Right.
Yes.
Enter at your own risk, and you're walk 2 miles to get to the stadium.
Yeah. But that's horrible.
So we get in the stadium, and everybody know, me, I like to drink. I gotta have a cold one. One beer, $15.
What?
I just bought a 12-pack the other day for $17. Like, so when you ask that question, can the regular man afford these sporting events? Hell no. That's why I always tell my wife, I'm like, I designed this house to where we don't have to go nowhere. Like the live experience is great, but when I'm home watching football, I could be as loud as I want. I could be as obnoxious as I want. I could drink as much as I want, because if I pass out, I'm passing out at home, and nobody gonna try to rob me. Right. If I want to fire up the grill, I could do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they have priced us out of. Yeah. They have priced us out of the event. It's just like what we always talk about on Wednesday. The WWE product isn't for people like us. The WWE product is for your casual fan that's gonna spend money and constantly feed into the monster. Whereas with us, we're like, well, wait a minute. I don't have a problem spending the money, but do something for me in return. All I'm asking you is do something back for me in return. And that's how it's crazy, man. I mean, we could get into.
Yeah, you could also get into like movie theaters and how that was like one of the most least expensive entertainment options, and now it's like you got to spend over $100 just to do something in the movie theater.
Yeah. Wait a minute. So the movie theater was never expensive?
In the past, the movie theater, you could go. 2 people could go to see a movie, be like $12. Popcorn maybe be like $5.
Totality, $20 in total.
Right. No, in the past though, you could go. 2 people could go and be there for under $30. You could be good for 2 people.
But again, yesterday's $30 was still.
Yeah, but we're talking post-COVID now, because like now my daughter she want to go watch this movie, and we're looking. So for a kid's ticket is like $20 now.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, like
what?
Yeah, bro. Hey, the movie theater is crazy, man. That's why I like the fact that Disney, they don't take too long to have their movies come out, on Disney Plus and stuff like that. They don't realize that they're basically pricing us out of everything.
Yeah, it's just a bad business model, because the object is to get your product out to as many people as possible. Now you're making it exclusive instead of inclusive, and that's bad.
Look at this. This is true. What Ricardo's saying. Venkat, the hipsters are to blame. Gentrification is killing us too. Look at soccer with Messi coming. So I got a coworker that's from Colombia, and I never heard him mention sports one time. But now that Inter Miami got Messi, now all he wants to talk about is, man, I got to go to a game. You used to could get an Inter Miami ticket for like $10. You know what the nosebleeds are going for now that Messi is here? Like $200.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying, man, because they have to justify paying his contract.
Right.
So guess who gets the shit into the stick? The fans. I don't watch soccer outside of the World Cup, so it doesn't affect me. But to a soccer fan like Ricardo, hey,
peace to Ricardo. Peace to Ricardo in the chat.
All right, let's get back on track because this looking like this heading to be the longest show ever in Straight Talk.
You know it.
History. So, all right.
Oh, so now we're free agency.
Yeah, let's talk about Dame Lillard now. So here's a something from, I think this is Twitter. Hating on a player who remained loyal to a poverty franchise for 11 seasons is crazy. So that's what I said, that they failed him, Venkat. So now you're going to tell me they haven't, but I think they failed him.
So, okay, so I see both sides. I see that, yes, Damian Lillard, especially in his more formidable years, he's still in his prime, towards the tail end of his prime. They should have had a situation where they were trying to get top talent around him, and they really didn't. And to Dame's credit, because if you rewind back to 2015, LaMarcus Aldridge left the team, so now Dame doesn't have an all-star next to him. And 4 of the other 4 players altogether, 4 starters, left that Portland team when LaMarcus left. And Dame was the only returning starter the next year. So instantly, everyone thought, even including myself, oh my God, we're gonna be a lottery team. We're gonna lose. Dame got the Blazers a high seed in the West, 50+ win season, got to the NBA playoffs, and then you fast forward, the Blazers went all the way to the 2019 Western Conference Finals. So Damian Lillard was able to make a lot out of nothing in Portland. He's the only player really working without a Hall of Famer, and in a lot of cases, without an All-Star. C.J. McCollum was never an All-Star. So all those years, Dame was the only All-Star on the Trailblazers. Now, if you look at LeBron, you look at Steph Curry, you look at Kevin Durant, they not only have All-Stars around them, they have Hall of Fame players around them. So the Portland Trailblazers were always very competitive, and they always finished well, respectable in the West.
So, all right. So I mean, there's no secret. Like, this guy is a superstar. Like, he's a franchise changing superstar. Right. So me and you have always had this argument because you're like, oh, it's the long game is better. Oh, Cody Rhodes shouldn't have won the WWE title, even though everything was there for him. the long game is better.
Yeah.
Why don't you think so? You're okay now with Dame being like, you know what? I'm done with this shit. I'm out of here.
I mean, at this particular point, it's best for the franchise and it's best for Dame, only because you have the 3rd pick, and now we're gonna get rid of that pick. And then in Portland, the different teams work different ways. Some teams have a larger budget than others, so the Trailblazers don't have the big wallet that the Lakers have, and so on and so forth. That's due to contracts and just in revenue in general. So for Portland, they will give away a 3rd pick. What if Scoot Henderson becomes this really great player? They would have lost that player just to try to do a run with Dame that may last 1 year and become a failure. So it's best to just go with the youth, do what you got to do to bring a good team, because they do have a nice young team right now, to be honest. They had the 6th, 7th pick last year. Yeah, he's really good, Shaden Sharp. So their team is building up really nicely. So let's get Dame to where he needs to be. He could do like Clyde Drexler, get shipped to another team, win a championship, and it's good for him and his legacy.
So I mean, because this is so we and he's ready to be out. So look at it. So Damian Lillard has
this was like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, he's placed his Westland, Oregon property on the market for $7 million. So he's ready to be done. How old is he?
33 in a few days.
Oh, so he got some legs left. He can give a team 5 good years.
Yeah.
So let's before we get to the other moves, let's look at the real landing sites, starting with the Miami Heat. So the Miami Heat have put together a trade package, which by everything I've seen, Portland is telling them to get the hell out of here. So
yeah, it's a horrible deal.
The Miami Heat are reportedly prepared to offer a package centered around Tyler Hero and possibly Duncan Robinson and picks. So what Portland has to be careful of is that they don't overvalue this, because he is 33.
Right.
And I know he's a superstar, but he's 33 and he has a lot of basketball miles on him. And basketball miles are the worst miles to have.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't, as a Trailblazer fan, you wouldn't take Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson?
Hell no. They're absolutely useless for the Trailblazers. They wouldn't fit in what they're trying to do. If they got those players, they would immediately trade them off somewhere else. It would be worthless. The picks would have to be really good, like first-round picks. Future first-round picks is what Portland needs.
Miami will give those up all day.
I just don't know if the Heat have any to give anymore.
Because that's the thing about Pat Riley. Pat Riley does not care about young players. Let me not say that. He doesn't care about like first round pick type players.
Right. Because those are not guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Those.
What do you think is going to take to get Dame? Like for anybody?
Well, I mean, nobody's gonna want to get, like, say, like the Heat, right? If the Heat get rid of any of the nucleus of the Miami Heat, like Bam and Butler and a few others, if they get rid of those players, then it'll make Dame coming over there like a non-issue, because he would just be filling what they used to do, right. And it wouldn't put them over the top like they need. They just need some more players. Like they need different players than Tyler Hero and Robinson. I mean, one of them, they need just damn near came off an injury. That's so insulting. Like it's like an spoiled fruit.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody wants that.
Let's not crap on Tyler Hero. Like
that don't fly, man. That's not gonna fly. I mean, again, if he comes to Portland, he's gonna be gone before the season is over next year. They're not gonna invest in a guy like that for Portland. It doesn't work. It's not gonna work because they got Scoot Henderson. They're gonna have Shaden Sharp. They're gonna get they have Simon still. That's a really good young nucleus right there.
And another young piece. That what did he win 6 man of the year, or was in the
Tyler Hero won 6 man of the year?
What was that?
Dope now. He's young, so you're trading.
You gotta remember, Dame is top 75 all time. He's not
right, but he don't want to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
He does want to be there.
Well,
no, he doesn't.
He does. He said the best case scenario is he stays there. Well, hopefully they have some help with him. But since they have this young lineup that looks really nice, he don't want them to throw away their future for a run that may be ill-fated. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you go get. I mean, they can't even get like many players like Paul George and stuff like that. Even if they got him, what would that really do? He's older. He's always hurt. I mean, it'll probably end up being a bad situation anyway, where you have these young guys right here. They just need the time to play basketball. So Dame will take up a lot of that playing time. Get Dame out of there, let them build on their thing, and hopefully Dame will be in a situation where he can win. The 3 teams that they're looking at is the 76ers, the Boston Celtics, and Miami Heat. The Portland Trailblazers a few days ago said they are not working with Damian Lillard with the Miami Heat because it's been so insulting what they've been offering. They don't really have a real offer for the Portland Trailblazers. So they're saying any team in the league except for the Miami Heat.
what would Boston have that they would want? Because they're
They
not
have a whole
giving up,
bunch of. They
they're
have a
not
whole bunch
giving
of.
up Tatum. They're not giving up Tatum.
No, it's not gonna. They don't have to give up Tatum. They have a couple players on the bench that they could give with oh God, that guy Brown Brown Jalen Brown.
Isn't that that's Mike's boy, right?
Right. So they could get him with a couple bench players and a draft pick or two, and that's golden. That's
Yeah,
golden.
they
Because
have.
the best options is really teams that have no shot. We're talking Utah Jazz. Like they could give Portland an amazing package, but then Dame would be in Utah and he would not be able to win a championship.
Right.
You know,
So,
OKC is the same thing. They could give a great package, but Dame wouldn't be able to win a championship there.
so essentially, though, you're essentially Portland is asking to be back where they were for the past 11 seasons, like not close to winning a championship.
Well, they were kind of close in
What
2019.
I'm saying
They were in
is
the conference finals.
all they want is they want young players back. They're not looking for any. Well, see, when I say that you want to give me, when I say that you want to give up Dame, what I'm saying is, hey, give me Tatum. Like, give me somebody that could at least get me back to a conference finals or a deep playoff run. Don't
Well,
give me
they
back
won't do that.
unproven picks.
No, they won't do. They're not going to take away like their major player because that's the whole point of getting Dame over there, so he has a chance to win.
Right.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. And then also the other thing is, so you put a really great player around a bunch of unproven young guys, and that could be a train wreck in itself. Last year, Dame was scoring 71 points. He averaged 30, almost 33 points a game. I think he was third in the league in scoring. And he did all that, and they didn't make the playoffs. You know, and usually Dame Lillard makes the playoffs. He hasn't made the playoffs the last 2 years after going 8 straight seasons making the playoffs. So it's right now we have a new coach, we have a new team, and they're just trying to make a culture right now. But you know, if Dame stays there, it's going to be another wasted year, and he doesn't have many years left in his prime.
Right. So they're trying to get him to a team that has a
Yes.
championship. But
So let me ask you a question. Do you think, because again, I got to take it back to football, the Miami Dolphins should have traded Dan Marino when they had a chance. I want to say it was 99. They should have traded him to Minnesota. Do you think a team is obligated? And I'm not going to tell you what I think. Do you think I will tell you. I think if a player gave you so much that it is in your best interest just for future top players that come to you that you try to facilitate. But do you think a player is a team is obligated to try to ship you off to a best chance for you to win a title when you couldn't deliver them a title?
they're not.
No, and I'm sorry. I would just say this. I think that the problem that we're seeing is that Dame said Miami, and that's it. Usually, a player will say, "Here's the 3 places that I will go," and he didn't do that. He said one team and one team only. When Clyde Drexler left, was traded in '95, he gave San Antonio, Houston, and another team. And Dame didn't do that. So that's where the problem is because they're just trying to they know that they're not going to get the farm on this. They're just trying to make him be good so he can move on, but they just want to get one little, just something to say, hey, we got this at least, They don't want to just give him away for nothing.
So you don't think Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, and
It's trash.
And this Scoot guy could keep them where they are now, just mediocre?
That's not the plan, to be mediocre. That's never been the plan.
I get it. The plan is not to be mediocre. Then don't let your best player since Clyde Drexler walk away.
Yeah, he's the best player in Portland history.
Yeah, but don't let him walk away. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
No, but I mean, it's already like there's other issues too. Like the Trailblazers have been up for sale now for a couple of seasons now. Like, so they're going to get new owners on top of that. So ever since Paul Allen died a few years back, I think back in 2018 or 19, his sister has been running the team, and she's nowhere near where he used to be. So they're just holding out for a buyer. So it's a transitional franchise in general. So a new age needs to come. So it just makes sense. I mean, it's time for it to happen. I personally would have liked to have seen one more run, but judging by the players that are available at this current moment, they aren't getting anything fantastic. So do you blow up your franchise future for something that may not materialize the way you hope? That's a hard thing for the Trailblazers to do.
Man.
You think Clyde Drexler is the best thing in Portland, not Dame?
I think Dame should be considered the best now because he's the all-time leading scorer. He's been with the Trailblazers for 11 straight seasons. Pretty much Damian Lillard has been an Iron Man before the last 2 or 3 seasons. He's been hurt recently, but before then, he'd been playing 82 seasons, 78 games. He's been he doesn't miss games. So he was just solid throughout his whole tenureship. He scored the most points. He has almost all the records, assists, threes. He's done all kinds of things in the franchise. That Clyde has been great because he's just been a solid player, but Clyde didn't have the same opportunity Dame did because he came off the bench the first 2 years of his career. And so his scoring isn't going to be there like Dame. Plus, but Clyde got them to 2 finals and 3 conference finals. Dame has only gotten them to 1 conference final and no NBA finals. But even with that, I still think Dame nudges him out just from his tenure.
Yeah. You were saying something about lining them up with other All-Stars and Hall of Famers and things of that nature. Can you name the championship team that Detroit Pistons had in 2003?
Oh yeah, that's a team that that's the team with Rasheed Wallace and them and Ben
Phillips, Tayshaun Prince.
Yeah, that was a good scrappy team.
A good team, man.
Right.
Unfortunately, but back then people were tuning out the basketball because it was very boring. You were playing the San Antonio Spurs at that time, not the flashiest team. So that NBA Finals was low rated finals.
Yeah, but they beat the Lakers ass too. They remember.
Yeah. But back then the finals wasn't the final. I think when LeBron started going to the finals, that's when the viewership went up.
Right. My thing is that you had guys who knew how to play their roles.
Oh yeah,
their roles. Can you name how many guys went to the Hall of Fame on that team?
On the Detroit side?
Yeah.
Because I think Ben Wallace.
That's the only one.
Yeah, but it's too early.
Yeah, that's true. It's early. I mean,
it's too early. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Ben Wallace made the Hall of Fame?
Why would he not?
Ben Wallace?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman's also in the Hall of Fame.
Dennis Rodman is deserving to be in the Hall of Fame.
But Ben Wallace is not?
Ben Wallace is too then.
Ben Wallace?
Yes, I don't know where's the Ben Wallace hate coming from?
About the guy with the wild hair?
Yes, he was a great defensive player, great rebounder. You don't have to score. You just have to make an impact. And remember the term Hall of Fame. He's a known, recognizable part of basketball.
Ben Wallace.
Oh Lord.
I think he's the first NBA player to not be drafted to make it to the Hall of Fame, or the first from the HBCU to make it to the Hall of Fame. It's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff. I like Ben Wallace. I mean, I wish we had a player like that.
A good player, man. I don't think.
I wish we had a player like that right now.
Though I'm like, man, Hall of Fame worthy is you dominate on all
No,
sides.
that's not true at all. It's Hall of Fame that you
Yeah.
made an impact on the game when you were playing. That people remembered your game and your play and your showmanship and
Ben
whatnot.
Wallace can't be a damn Hall of Famer. Y'all making that one up.
No, he's a Hall of Famer, man.
Why?
I don't know why are we hating on Ben Wallace.
I think Ben Wallace is a good player, but I mean he's a good player. When I see Ben Wallace, man, I'm thinking like, nah, I ain't gonna disrespect him like that. I was about to say Jermaine, what's my guy from Indiana, and he came to Miami.
Jermaine O'Neal.
Jermaine
O'Neal he's also great. It was great too.
But he's not making it to the Hall of Fame.
But I think Jermaine O'Neal was better than Ben Wallace.
Well, Jermaine O'Neal, offensively wise, yeah,
right. Talent wise, yes, but as being an enforcer, being a guy who intimidates you, get those rebounds, play awesome defense. Those things are they're extremely important. Those are the kind of things that I was teaching Jemiah about. That's what coaches love. A person who's gonna do the dirty stuff, that's gonna defend, that's gonna get rebounds, all that offensive stuff. It's gonna come later, and that sells tickets. But to win and to make an impact and make a difference, you need those that kind of team like a Detroit.
Hey, Adrian Cutler says he doesn't remember Ben Wallace. Wallace,
he's 64 and he doesn't remember Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace was on the cover of the NBA 2K5. I remember. I got that still. He was on the cover of that video game. I remember. But Ben Wallace with the afro. I mean,
yeah, Adrian.
He
had the wild. He would wear the headband, but his hair never was. He had an afro, but it was never combed. It was always just unkempt. He's a good player. That's what I'm saying. But he's not. Y'all shocking the hell out of me with this because he don't strike me as being Hall of Fame worthy, and I guess because I'm only looking at one side of the basketball. Like,
what about so what about Detroit Pistons Bill Laimbeer? You say he's not a Hall of Fame player?
Well, I don't know. See, now you're going back where I don't know anything about him. I know the name, but I don't know anything about his game.
I don't think he's a Hall of Fame player.
I mean, I think he is because I don't think the Hall of Fame means 20 points per game scoring. Right. I think Hall of Fame means
but at least be memorable.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're a key part of a team. You're actually you made an impact.
Was his impact dirty though? Was it dirty play?
Oh, hey, that's the legacy. That's his legacy there.
Hall of Fame stuff. That's being dirty.
I mean, he has that part of it, but I mean, you can't deny the results.
Is Chauncey Billups is Chauncey in the Hall of Fame?
He should be, but I don't know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ben Wallace is in the Hall of Fame and not Chauncey Billups?
Well, trusting Billups, he was big shot Billups, right? He was
you see what I'm saying?
This is why I think Miami should build. You have a lot of so-called no name that know their role, and they know they have a coach know how to put these guys in the right position. And that's my problem with Spo. His offense is the exact same thing it was when LeBron was there. It's the same isolation. Everybody standing on the outside, bullcrap. And if Dame Lillard, you're still gonna do that same foolishness. What's the point?
Hey, hopefully,
Spo need to change as a coach. And my his offense.
See, there you go. He got it.
Yeah, Adrian saying he is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Who's Hall of Famer?
Ben Wallace. Hey, Brent, you breaking up a little bit, so you might want to turn your microphone up.
Oh, okay.
I just don't understand the hate for Ben Wallace.
But that's the thing. I just don't think he's a Hall of Fame. Like the fact that Chauncey Billups is not in the Hall of Fame, but Ben Wallace is.
But let me tell you something. There was two guys who actually brought on that team that brought fear in the opponents.
Rasheed
Wallace, because Bill
Rasheed
Wallace,
Wallace.
huh?
Rasheed Wallace.
Rasheed Wallace, he was a bad boy, but I don't think he wasn't the guy that I'm including here. He was a bad boy now, but I think Rich Hamilton, because
Oh yeah, Rip. Yeah,
I forgot about Richard Hamilton. Yeah.
because
yeah.
that boy, the way he ran around, and I think that would be a key thing with like a team with the Miami Heat. You guy that's running around, because they had that guy in is it the kid that they just let go? That what he ain't, they let him go, but he signed with another team.
Oh.
Because he's a consistent shooter. You had two guys on the Heat that could do that. That could just go in motion like how they do in Golden State. Because Riley, he believes in those guys that's in shape and that could run around and they're gritty and all that kind of good stuff. Just like this Detroit team that could just go in motion, constantly go in motion, and get those other guys tired out, and they're consistent shooters. The Heat, they got good shooters, but they just love they live and die by the three. But they got good mid-range shooters.
Oh yeah,
I don't think they know how to utilize their players right.
Yeah, that Detroit team was an actual team, and that's what I like about that team.
And that's what you need. You got to build a team. You don't need these so-called all-stars and so-called Hall of Famers. They could end up being all-stars and Hall of Famers by just their contributions. Look at the guy for Golden State, Green. He don't score any points, but it's leadership and there's other little things that he does that draws him to big contracts. That he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
So I'm glad you brought him up, man. And I see y'all starting to pile back into the building again. So please make sure and hit that like button when you come in. Share the video. Yeah, we've been all over the board talking about the NBA finals, NBA draft, NBA free agency. We're about to go into another a spot right now, but I want to go over some moves that have taken place. So Venkat, gun to your head, where does Dame Lillard end up?
Well, if it was me, I would like him to go to Milwaukee, but I know that's not going to happen. That would be amazing if he went to Milwaukee.
What would Milwaukee have to give up to get him?
It'd be a whole lot of stuff. It'd be stuff that they couldn't afford to lose. But yeah, it's not going to happen. But my God, it would be great for him and Giannis to be together. That would have been amazing, 1-2 punch. But I think between the front runners right now is really the Boston Celtics and the Philadelphia 76ers. The way Portland's talking, I don't know if the Heat can get it. I understand what a lot of the analysts are saying on TV that Dame would fit well in Miami. I kind of agree with that, because if you see Dame being with Embiid, that might not work out well. You saw what happened when James Harden was with Embiid. I think Embiid is not as great as you would like for him to be. He's the only MVP in NBA history to not make the conference finals thus far. Another reason why he should not be MVP right now. And as far as the Boston Celtics might be the strongest case, but me personally, I wouldn't want him in Boston. I'm not a fan of the Celtics that much, so I wouldn't want to see him there. But it does make sense. I think they have assets that they can give, and they'll still have a team intact. The problem, though, is their culture and the collapses that they've done throughout the playoffs. I don't think that's a winning formula. When you look at the Miami Heat, they have a culture in place with Pat Riley. The fact that the team went as far as they did from the 8th seed all the way to the finals, you got to feel like if Dame was there, maybe they still lose. I don't know, but they would have a hell of a shot.
It wouldn't have went 5, I tell you that.
It would.
But who I think who would be a perfect fit for the Heat, even though he gets hurt a lot in the playoffs.
Who?
My boy, CP3.
Oh yeah, you see, he's on Golden State right now. Yeah. So now you got Steph Curry and CP3 on Golden State. So what does that mean? Does that mean that Chris Paul comes off the bench, or are they both playing guard at the same time? So now they're undersized backcourt with
Yeah,
being a liability on the defensive end. So that's
yeah,
a weird thing. I don't even get that one.
yeah.
I don't think it's gonna last. I think before the midseason trade deadline, they'll probably move something. I don't think that's going to be a good season for them.
At this point, CP3 is just chasing, like he's just chasing that elusive championship.
I feel bad for them because
Yeah.
they had a great shot to win in 2021 and they messed
I
up.
remember that year with that 1 year with the Clippers, man. They were like, I thought they were probably going to take it all. This was, I forget what year. I want to say this was damn, I can't remember the year, but there was 1 year with
multiple years.
Like they were. I thought that they were just going to run roughshod, and they just could never do it.
No, not at all.
And he's getting to that point where it's like it's starting to be diminishing returns. Yeah, Brent, I don't need to see him with Miami. Sorry.
No, the only reason I wouldn't want to. The only reason is because he seems to get hurt in the playoffs for some reason.
But yeah.
We struggle in the playoffs. So what the hell would we need him for?
This guy is the floor general that you need, who can handle the ball and everything, and he can set those other guys. He can set what's the center who should be at the 4? Bam. He could set guys up perfectly. He could still play defense, and you have to respect his mid-range shot. I think he would have been perfect for mine.
Yeah,
and you are giving up. You give it. Look, you're freeing up money because you what's the name retired.
Well, the reason people are saying that the Heat is a great addition is because they lacked a little bit of firepower at certain times. And who better than Dame Lillard to inject some threes?
But the thing is, Miami they didn't have real ball handlers really that could really set people up, and that could actually give you at least 15 points on the consistent. Chris Paul could give you 15 points. And
not consistently.
I think so. Well, I mean, you have to respect his shot, that mid-range shot.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You do. Yeah.
He could set, man. Jimmy Butler and Bam's their scoring average would have went up with him setting them up.
Yeah. Chris Paul would have been able to get them the ball in greater positions. Yeah.
So,
Chris Paul is 38 now.
Oh, gosh. Well, that means LeBron is the same age, really.
And again, this is Miami's problem. This is Pat Riley's problem, is that we always bring these aging veterans down here, thinking that they could have a resurgence of their career. No.
But it did happen in 2006 when they won the championship.
Yeah,
they brought in an old Gary Payton. Yeah, they brought in.
But that was a team with Dwayne Wade and Shaq.
Yeah, and they would have lost if they didn't have those veteran guys. They would have lost.
Yeah, you had, because that's all you could afford at that time. You had those pieces that, and you know what? Bringing in a Gary Payton and everything, I think that hurt Mario Chalmers. Because now you got Mario Chalmers having to split time with an aging vet.
But that leadership can't be undersold, though. That
leadership.
Oh Lord, there you go. You sound like Shaq.
Whatever. That Heat team brought in those Anthony. What's the guy? What's the bald head guy?
I know you're talking about the guy that used to play for Boston.
Yeah, what's his name? Yeah. Anthony Miller or no. Yeah,
it's
what the hell is his name?
I know what you mean. He used to play with Paul Pierce.
Yeah, man.
He was there before Paul Pierce.
Now it's bothering me because now I don't know his name. But you were giving these guys all this money, man. You had him. You had Gary Payton. Like, you had all these guys because that's all you could. They wanted to play with LeBron. So but then you stunted the growth of your younger guys. You had Jason Capono, who was a 3-point specialist. You know what I'm saying? But God,
Oh no, you're mixing the big three Heat with the 2006 Heat.
Yeah. We won so many titles.
That's not. You got three. And two of them are questionable. Two of them are questionable.
No, whatever. It's hard not to mix.
Two of them are very questionable.
All right. So let's So Brent, where do you think Dame's gonna land? You there?
Oh, he's probably muted.
He probably dropped off, but no, he's there. But he's probably. I still think Pat Riley may pull a rabbit out the hat.
I'm warming up to the Miami Heat a little bit because I know like that culture, that Heat culture, would be great for Dame. But it just depends on how much they're gonna lose to get him. And then the way the Trailblazers are talking, they don't sound very thrilled about what they're offering. But sometimes they just play this game in the early stage,
bump up the price.
Yeah, and that's probably what's going on. So maybe it's I like I said, I would rather him be on Milwaukee. I think he wins. He goes to Milwaukee, instant championship. I don't know about the Heat though. I feel like they can still lose with the Miami Heat. I don't feel like the Miami Heat is winning. I think there's only a couple teams he could go to and they can win. And that's like Denver, Milwaukee, maybe Phoenix. And Phoenix doesn't need him because they got Bradley Beal.
Yeah, so Adrian's saying that CP3 going to Miami, Golden State, that's just like gonna end up in like a mid-season trade. Yeah, I don't see
Ain't nothing happening with them. It's over, man, for the Golden State Warriors. I don't see anything good happening there.
So I want to look at some more. Hold on. I want to look at some more free agent transactions that happened. So you had so this is this one is bad for Miami because I mean here's some capital that you could have had to get Dame. We lost Gabe Vincent, who was big in the playoffs for us. Max Strus went to Cleveland, 4 years, $64 million. Miami added Josh Richardson to a 2-year contract and brought back Kevin Love. So here's another one. Kyrie Irving stays with Dallas.
Dallas, yeah.
So he agreed to a 3-year former member of the Cavs. So he has a 3-year, $126 million deal. What is your thoughts on Kyrie? I know you're not a big fan of him, but like as far as game wise,
the game, he has an awesome game. He's great dribbler. He's a clutch player. In times he can come up big for you. The only problem is he's not a leader, and oftentimes he's a loser. He can bring teams down with his drama. Look, ask the Boston Celtics, ask the New Jersey Nets. That's the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Championship with him?
Hell no.
Is him and Luka enough?
No, that's not gonna. It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be anything. I don't even understand why they even re-signed him. They should have just moved on. But maybe they don't want to see their investment go down the drain, so they're trying to make something happen. But Kyrie is not dedicated enough. Kyrie is about Kyrie. It seems like he's a good guy. I mean, don't get me wrong. He'll do like a lot of worthy causes and a lot of donations and things to causes that he believes in. That's great, but I'm just saying, as far as in basketball, he could be a jeopardy for a team easily.
So here's another one. Draymond Green. Draymond Green stays in Golden State. And he signed a 4-year, $100 million contract. So now I need y'all to tell me, because I never saw it. I need y'all to tell me why Draymond Green is good.
Well, he's a great leader on the court. He doesn't have those stats because he doesn't really need it. His biggest thing is the way he can affect the team. Now, he does look bad punching out his teammate that time last year, but outside of that, I think Draymond Green is a vital piece to anybody any team that's trying to win a championship. He's a leader in the locker room, and he can help set the tone so that you'll be competitive. I remember a game with Portland and against Golden State, the Blazers up like 25 points, and Draymond Green was the one that led the way. It wasn't Steph Curry. It wasn't Klay Thompson. It was Draymond Green and the different things he did, where he got some steals, he got key rebounds, he made passes, and you could see him like yelling out at his teammates to let's go, let's bring it, let's go. You know, I just think there's a certain tangible that he has that helps with winning, and I learned to respect that. I used to doubt with Draymond in the past, but I've seen enough of his effect on the court that I have to respect it.
All right, so the Lakers add Gabe Vincent from Miami, Taurean Prince, Cam Reddish, and they re-sign Rua Hachimura.
Uchimama.
Yeah, so they're rounding out their team. The Phoenix Suns add Yuta Watanabe and Jimenez Matua will resign with the Suns for the veteran minimum. They're also adding Damian Lee and Josh Okaji. These are some people I'd never heard of.
Right, and that's why the Phoenix Suns won't be doing anything next year because they got a weak supporting cast, and they don't have a bench to rely on. You got an aging Kevin Durant on your team, and Booker hasn't done anything outside of being with CP3. Without his guidance and leadership, they may take a major hit that they don't realize. Bradley Beal is not a playoff darling. He spent his time in Washington losing year after year after year. And when he made it to the playoffs, he lost immediately. So he doesn't have that sense of winning. I'm not trying to say he's a bad player. He's a great player, Bradley Beal. But I'm just saying, for the situation, you have Durant is older, more susceptible to injury. You have Booker, who hasn't really gotten to that place he needs to be. And you got Bradley Beal that's been in mediocrity at best. I don't think that's a winning formula with a weak, unsupportive bench.
So Kevin Durant, so you don't think Kevin Durant is enough?
When was Kevin Durant ever enough outside of Golden State?
No, I don't think he is. I just want to hear you say that.
I mean, it's true. Look, Kevin Durant is one of my favorite players. I love the way he plays. I'm still to this day mad Portland didn't pick him, and I think that he's better than LeBron. I've always believed that, but there's only so much Kevin Durant can do.
Wait, what?
He's better than LeBron. He's always been better than LeBron. I'd rather have a Kevin Durant than LeBron any day. Because I know if my team is down and Kevin Durant got that ball, I have all the faith in the world something good's gonna happen.
We were having an argument-free conversation. Like we went almost 3 hours without having any issues. And you're gonna say that?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh, brother.
I know.
Kevin Durant is the man. Kevin Durant all day.
He's a bad boy, but nah, brother. I mean, maybe today, yeah, I would take Durant over LeBron. Maybe today.
I'm talking about when they were in their prime, both of them. That's what I'm talking about.
No, sir. No, sir. No. No, sir. No, sir.
You said in his prime.
In his prime,
man.
Yeah, he
in his prime.
Yeah. You know what I think, Venkat? Venkat looked at the time and was like, "Damn, we didn't get in no arguments yet. Let's see what we could do to get in an argument." Because Kevin Durant is fantastic, but Kevin Durant is at best the final piece. You got to remember, LeBron took a team with Eric Snow and Anderson Varejao to the NBA Finals. Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Come on, man. Kevin Durant is not doing that. If Kevin Durant was better than LeBron, then he would be able to carry this Phoenix team to the finals.
No, that's a lot to ask for Kevin Durant at this stage in his career. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. That's not a fair thing because LeBron, he's with AD, and they still limp through the season, and they're pretty much in mediocrity outside of this playoffs. They had a good showing, but only because of injuries to another team and controversies with the stupid Memphis Grizzlies. But outside of that, once they met a legit team, they didn't have any of those issues. No injuries, no controversies. They're just a team that's just there. They got stomped. So I mean, the same team, Kevin Durant, at least went out in 6 games. So I mean, it's not fair to say that at this stage. Kevin Durant is in a different situation than LeBron.
Let me ask you a question. Well, I want to read this first before I because Adrian's saying that that Draymond Green is a good defensive player, and very intimidating. But I want to read this. So Fred Van Vliet is now going to Houston. He signed the first max contract this free agency period, so he's getting 130 million.
Why?
To play the next 3 seasons with Houston. So that's why I wanted to ask you. 130 million over 3 years. You're looking at Jesus. That's like 40 million a year. Wow.
From the Houston Rockets.
That's $42 million a year. Wow.
They're not even going to go to the playoffs.
Has the money wow. Hold on.
Why would they do that?
Hold on. So hold on, because I want to get back to that. But Jeremiah Grant went to Portland. Houston, the Portland Trailblazers gave him a 5-year, $160 million contract.
Yeah, that pissed me off. Because because when they did that, the next day Dame said, I want to leave. And I'm like, when I saw Jeremy Grant re-signed, I'm like, oh yes, they're all in on making a run. That was the idea, because one of Dame's requests was re-sign Jeremy Grant and get someone else to come in to help win the championship. So I was like, okay, we're all on board with doing this now. And then boom, the next day, I want to be traded. And I just didn't understand that. So it just hit me kind of weird that we did what he wanted, and the next day he wanted to leave. I guess they had a meeting that day, and I guess Dame didn't like what the Trailblazers told him as far as the future. So I guess that's why he did that.
Dame's issue, I want to make sure though, Dame's issue is not money.
No, he's a max.
Portland could pay him more than anybody. Correct?
Yeah, right. Exactly. He already has the max contract. He already signed it. I think it's what, 250, if not 300 million, something like that.
Yeah,
man. So let's look at this Fred Van Vliet.
That's the weirdest transaction of the year.
3 years, 130. So that's just off the top of my head, that's about 42.5 million a season for Fred Van Vliet, who, I mean, good player, but not $40 million good. Does the market, I mean, Draymond Green just got what, 3 years, 100 million.
But he really worked for that with all those championships he gave him.
But what I'm saying is, though, Draymond got such a big contract. Kyrie Irving, 3 years, 126. Fred Van Vliet, 3 years, 130 million. Is it now that we're going into the territory where that's just what they're getting? Look at this. Patrick Mahomes got basically getting 50 million a year. Like, are we heading into the territory where these contracts now are just getting to where you have to pay that?
I guess that's what it is leading to. And I mean, they're making a lot of money with these cable contracts that they have. But yeah, I mean, that may be the environment that we're in currently, for sure.
So well, good. Go ahead, Dwayne.
That's what Pat Riley keeps away from, paying these mega contracts. Get guys who get those pieces who going to do their job, and we could get the same results instead of having to put all this money into one or two players.
Yeah.
So Adrian just reminded me of what I was going to ask you because I forgot. Kevin Durant. So let's go back to Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant to me is final boss piece. Like, you want to get over the hump. If Kevin Durant was to come to Miami right now, Miami's winning the next 2 championships. That's just how I see it as constructed. Because he's final boss, he can't do it on his own though. So my question is, had Kevin Durant, who was the first to defect from that OKC team? It was James Harden, right?
But he didn't defect. They didn't re-sign him.
But what I'm saying is, had Kevin Durant, James Harden, and what's the other guy?
Westbrook
and Westbrook not left OKC for whatever
they would have won a couple of championships at minimum.
Exactly. So they would have been what the Denver Nuggets are right now.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, so there we go. We agree.
Because they also had Serge Ibaka.
So we agree on that. Why is it that they couldn't just hold out for the couple of years? They were in the finals against the Heat.
Yeah, you got to blame that on management, though. You got to blame that on management because they didn't want to pay a measly little increase for James Harden. At the time, James Harden was coming off the bench. They didn't view James Harden like we view him today, as one of the greatest offensive players ever. They didn't see that when he was on the team. The management didn't. So they let him walk. They figured they could save like a few $1 million. That ended up costing them everything. Yep. That was a horrible business decision. And now James Harden goes to the Houston Rockets. He's at his best. He averaged 36 points per game. I mean, that's ridiculous. In the modern time, that's the highest that anybody's averaged, really.
That could have been one of the best teams in the decade.
Exactly.
Well, and then look what else happened. All 3 of them became MVPs.
Right. On different
in different times. Yeah, I mean, they 2014.
They could have been the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, of course, they would have been the Golden State Warriors. They were right there.
So, what is that a thing where we letting the money? Because so do you guys think OKC would have never paid them?
I don't. I mean, OKC kind of rubbed Kevin Durant the wrong way after a while, so he just wanted out of there. So something happened in that organization that we are not privy to, but it just looks like they're not making the wisest decisions over there.
Yeah.
Even when it happened, in the moment, I was like, why would you do that? You got James Harden. Why would you let a guy like that go for nothing? It was like a minuscule amount. It's a lot to us, but in the big scheme of things, again, Dame is making upwards of $300 million a year. $300 million over 5 years, I think it is. So, I mean, how is like a few millions to pay a guy like Harden? They didn't think he was worth it at the time. That's that goes back to the whole, these guys don't know about basketball players. The scouts and the people in the organization, they don't know how to judge talent properly. Because if you have a diamond in the rough and you didn't see it, that's weird.
Especially when the talent is already there, you already gone to the championship. You see how this nucleus is working out, and you still let that go. That's crazy. That's different from drafting somebody, not knowing how they're gonna be. But you right there, and you see what can build to, and you let that go. That's stupid right there.
Yeah, that's no vision.
Hey, Venkat, I'm gonna run real quick, so y'all just give me like 2 minutes.
All right.
Hey, do you know what coach now was on that roster for Detroit back in 2003?
The Detroit's coach?
No. Well, do you even know who the coach was of that team?
Of the Detroit Pistons of 2003?
Yeah.
Who was that? Was that Was that Larry Brown or something
Yep,
like that?
it was Larry Brown.
Yeah.
So if Iverson would have got himself together and did what he was asked, because remember that the Philly team that went to the finals,
Mm-hmm.
the only notable name that you knew was Iverson, but they had
Well,
pieces.
Mutombo was on that team too, though.
Well, yeah, true, but he played the role though,
Right. It wasn't the
and
same Mutombo from years
right,
before, yeah.
and and you had a guy like Snow that was on the team as a point guard. You don't need these superstar. You need a leader. You need a guy who knows how to play the role and do what they're supposed to do. But there's a coach in the NBA right now who actually was coaching in the conference finals, I believe, last year, this past year. He was on that roster.
Mm. Okay. Who's
Devin
that?
Ham. Devin
Oh,
Ham.
Ham, right. You're right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I didn't even real. I just realized that. Devin Ham was on that team.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
He got an answer for that crazy that when the Nuggets went up, I think 1-0 against the Lakers. Ham then said in the press conference, he's like, we'll be okay. We'll be fine. And then they proceeded to lose the next 3 games and got swept up.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to say something to the LA fan base. You can't show that you're panicking, and you got to show confidence. In order to not lose his job and have the fan base to still stay positive.
Well,
Because you
he
still
gets a
got
lot of credit because they weren't doing well. They were way out of the playoffs, and then they ended up going to the conference finals. So
right
that
after
looks
they
good
made
for
that
him.
move. After they made that move to get rid of Russell.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Russell got a lot of bad stuff coming his way. I don't like Russell Westbrook's attitude. I think he was a good player, but he just acts a certain way that's like kind of silly to me.
Yeah.
But I think that he did get a lot of unnecessary blame. Like all the bad things about the Lakers were being placed on Russell Westbrook, and I think that wasn't fair.
Yeah, that's true. But he did make a lot of bonehead plays and
Oh yeah,
that
oh,
nature. So
legendarily bad.
right. So it was easy to put the blame on him because he was just doing a lot of just stupid stuff. That just constantly stupid stuff. So that was like Stephen A. Used to he used to say he used to do the same dumb stuff on other teams, but it wasn't. People didn't make a big deal about it because he was on these other teams. But you're on the LA Lakers now, so
No, it's a big magnifying glass.
it's a big deal now. It's magnified like 10 times.
Oh yeah.
So,
I agree with that. That's 100.
yeah. So being on the Lakers makes a hell of a difference.
See,
He's
two talkers, so I know the show is in good hands. We all talking about LaMelo?
No, Russell Westbrook.
Oh, Brent, what do you think about him? I know Venkat likes him. I don't.
No, I don't like Russell Westbrook. I'm not a fan of him.
Wait a minute, who is that said they like Russell Westbrook? I was having a conversation with somebody and they said they like him.
You could respect his hard his what you want to call it? He plays hard.
Right.
24/7. He plays hard. You got to respect that. Even though he does a lot of dumb crap, he plays hard. So you have to. It's not that you like him, you respect that he plays hard. But if do I want him on my team? No.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving, great guy. I mean, oh my God, he could put tickets in, he could sell seats. He's great to look at. Do I want him on my team? No. James Harden.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Because I'm glad because I don't think you were here when we talked about. I think you were doing something when we mentioned Kyrie Irving.
No, I was saying something. I think my mic was off or something.
Okay.
You don't hear me trying to cut in?
No, yeah, because I just turned your mic volume all the way up because it was low for some
Oh,
reason. But okay, so what? Okay, because we talk about Kyrie Irving and people. I think great player, but again, to me, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant are the same people. You'll never win with them by themselves.
Oh no. Kevin Durant and Kyrie are not the same.
No, hold on. By themselves. When I say I think they're the same player, I mean, God damn it, boy, this might be the first 5-hour show we do. I think because we got to get into the last part. I think that Kyrie Irving is a tremendous player, tremendous. But Kyrie Irving by himself, well, hell, they both was on the same team and you couldn't win. So they proved my point.
That was Kyrie's fault. That
wasn't a championship.
That wasn't Durant's fault.
You not winning a championship with them two guys as your leader. That's what I mean.
well, the thing is, Kevin Durant don't want to be the leader. He don't want to be the main guy. He wants other guys. He wants other guys to, he don't want to be the focal point. Kevin Durant is a team player.
Yep.
So, but you got these other guys like Kyrie Irving who wanted to be the man. That's why he went to Boston, and he couldn't. He's not a leader. Period. So he's great to look at, but but as far as being a leader, you can forget it. He could be. He's a franchise killer. He could kill. He would kill my confidence. Being on the team.
So he wanted to get from under LeBron's shadow. That's what he wanted to do.
And now he's trying to get back to he's trying to get to the Lakers now.
Right.
Well, was trying to get until he got this contract.
Actually, let me tell you something. Nobody wanted him, so he was forced to sign back with Dallas.
But why not, though? That's what I'm trying to get to. Why not? This guy is a phenomenal player. Like, why not?
Team chemistry?
Right. He has no chemistry. You, like I say, he got great skills, but if you can't play with nobody else, I don't know, man.
He didn't work in Boston. He didn't work in Brooklyn. Now he's with Dallas, and you saying that nobody wanted him. That's why he had to sign.
When Kyrie got to the Dallas Mavericks were in the playoffs at that time. The last 2 months that they were with Kyrie, they went out of the playoffs.
Right.
That's not an accident. That's a Kyrie thing. When Kyrie got drafted with the Cleveland Cavaliers and he became on that team, he didn't do like LeBron James did. I'm not saying everybody needs to be LeBron James because not everybody could do that, right? When LeBron James came to the Cavs, they were one of the worst teams. I think they didn't win more than 18, 15 games before they drafted him. The next season, the rookie season of LeBron, they doubled their wins. Then from there, they continued to increase their wins. Then they became 50-win team.
They went to the finals.
Right. So
went to the finals.
Right. So you have the growth that was shown. When Kyrie came to the Cavs, there was no growth. They actually went backwards in the win-loss over that 3 years that he had before LeBron came to Cleveland and teamed up with Kyrie. They were all losing seasons. It's the same thing with Dame. Is the same thing. Like, he's in the Western Conference. He's on Portland. Nobody's thinking about Portland, and they win. They win without LaMarcus Aldridge. They win with LaMarcus Aldridge. It didn't matter. They found a way to win, and you don't find a way to win with Kyrie. Kyrie's just there. He gets his numbers. He takes up a lot of possessions. And you lose the game, and that's not gonna fly, man.
Yeah. If the final result is not wins and getting you close to the championships, I don't care how good you can play or how flashy you are. If the end result is in a minus, I don't need you.
So Adrian Cutler is asking what happened with Shannon Sharpe on Undisputed. First, he says he's not trying to change the subject, but like basically that's just Shannon Sharpe was grossly undervalued on that show. Skip Bayless is Skip Bayless got exactly what he deserved. Just let's put it that way. The disrespect that he showed Shannon on that one episode where he basically was saying, well, your career wasn't shit, basically, compared to Tom Brady. Like I'm glad that Shannon, and this is kind of going to get into what we're going to talk about next, but Shannon Sharp is going to be much better off now without Skip Bayless.
Oh, hell yeah. 10 times.
Why would you say that?
We don't need Skip Bayless. What does he need Skip Bayless for?
Yeah, we going. Yeah, what the hell does he need Bayless for? Bayless let him get his foot in the door, but that's.
I've never tuned into that show to see Skip Bayless.
You don't need your job. You could go do any. But if you have a chemistry with somebody, if
Venkat just said it perfectly. You didn't. Right. Nobody tuned into that show to watch Skip Bayless. Ain't nobody come to see you, Skip.
Exactly. I don't know what chemistry they had. I just like to hear his point of view. I thought when he would talk about even off the sports, just like political stuff, I just like to hear his perspective. I think he represents the issues very well, in sports or out of sports. And that's what I was looking at. I don't need to hear Skip Bayless rag on a guy that's not Michael Jordan. Everybody gets ragged on except for Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Which annoys the hell out of me. And then somebody will do something great. Then he brings up like something from way in the past. Like they never have growth or never have a bad moment. Like Michael Jordan never had that before.
Right.
When Michael Jordan was getting tagged by the Pistons, losing year after year after year, they erase that out of the lexicon, and then they just say, well, 6 straight championships. There's 3 straight and 3 straight.
Let me let y'all a little inside baseball real quick. Me and Venkat had this long conversation a couple hours before the show came on, and he kind of touched on it. And we're going to get into it now with the ESPN layoffs. I'm gonna play a video, but so to us, Shannon Sharp is representative of us. Like when I watch Undisputed, it was never to hear what Skip Bayless had to say. I always just wanted to hear what Shannon Sharp had to say, because to me, when I look at Shannon Sharp, I'm like, that's me. Loud black man, passionate about what he's talking about. Mm-hmm. And then you got curmudgeon old white guy who always wants to kind of reel you back in. And
that's what makes it a good show.
I don't think it's so good. I used to be like, oh my God, can Skip just get through his junk? I don't care. Just finish it already. It's the same. He always does the same thing. If you're talking about LeBron could have scored 100 points. Oh, but in 2011, he scored those 6 points and he disappeared. Like, yes, we understand he did that. We understood that. But it's 2025. It's 2028. Can we get away from that already? My God.
Because you need that villain kind of.
I don't like that. That's fake to me. Like you're trying to make something.
Hold on. Now we know over here. We know over here you need a villain, because
we do not need a villain.
God forbid y'all ever just play it straight with me. And
everything I do is straight. I'll never have an agenda. I always say what I actually think and feel. I don't never say, you know what, it'll be a hot button thing if I say this. Now, I'll never do that crap.
Let me piss him off with this.
No, that's never been an ulterior motive for me. Never.
Well, that Skip thing, he has to piss off a section of the audience.
Well, he's gonna do a great job because that audience is gonna fall the hell off.
Well, did you hear who they're talking about bringing in? Lil Wayne.
Oh, Lil Wayne. So yeah, right.
Lil Wayne has nothing to offer.
So that's going to be two non-professionals talking about professional sports.
But that shows you exactly what they're trying to do. When I look at that, they wanted Shannon Sharp because he appealed to people that look like us. Now they're bringing in Lil Wayne because they're trying to get that demo. That's what they're trying to do.
But Lil Wayne even admitted himself that he doesn't think like the black experience isn't what he experienced. He can't relate. He talked about that, about like when they were killing black men on a weekly basis. Every week there was a new big story. This guy getting shot, that guy. He says he can't relate to it because that's not how, he's growing up on the road. He's doing concerts. Every time he goes somewhere with white people, they're always like giving him good attention and vibes, because he's a star. But a random guy that's working 9 to 5 that gets shot down by a police officer, they don't care. If you're a star, you get treated differently. Isn't that what Donald Trump said? They let you do it. So he doesn't have the relation and the perspective of us or everyday to day, especially minorities and whatnot in community. He doesn't get that at all. He admitted that on TV.
Yeah.
All right, so
and that's who they're gonna have as a freaking host. That's ridiculous.
So let's get into the next story.
Who do y'all think will be a good host, co-host to Skip, opposite Skip?
That's a good question. Let me think on that. That's a good question.
That's hard because you have to have somebody that makes sense.
Let me think about that. That's a good question. So, ESPN went firing crazy. We realized that. So I'm gonna play a video.
Wait, Trevor, did you hear that Stephen A. Smith wants to have Shannon Sharp on First Take?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do you think about that combination?
I don't think that would work out good though.
Yeah,
no?
I don't think. Yeah, no. That wouldn't be good for me.
No, that wouldn't work out good.
Okay.
You got how they gonna share the mic?
What do you mean?
No,
they could share the mic.
No, that wouldn't work. Hell no.
They should do a test run. You know how they have the guest hosts there. I think they should try it out. See what happens.
It would work in the immediate future, but in the long run, no, that wouldn't work out. Stephen A needs to be doing his own thing, and Shannon definitely needs to be doing his own thing. Shannon doesn't need to be anybody's second anymore.
Right.
I agree with that. I agree.
You're right. You're right. You hit that on the button right there. Don't need to be nobody else's second. He need to, yeah. Just like he got his own podcast, he could hold a show on his own.
Exactly.
And he could get him a secondary.
I mean, it's just like over here. The host can't get a word in. I mean, y'all be. So let's go into these. Let's go into the ESPN terminations. But I want to get into this video with Stephen A. But let's just ESPN just went job cutting crazy, and we're going to talk about it. But real quick, the reason behind ESPN's layoffs in 2023 is to increase profits as part of a larger plan by parent company Disney. Disney has been trying to cut costs by $5.5 billion globally, including the elimination of roughly 7,000 jobs. So when you initially see that, you're thinking like, all right, they're going to cut, cameraman,
right,
or producer Z. You don't think that you're going to see like names like this hitting the chopping block like this. This is what made this so crazy is because the names that hit the chopping block. So me and Venkat, like I said, we had a conversation a couple hours before this show came on. I wish that would have been the show because hopefully we could duplicate it. But my thing is, before I get into the video, now that we're doing this, so we have an NBA show. We're going to start the Miami Dolphins show probably next week.
That's that early?
Yeah, that's why I said this is the last weekend until March where there won't be any football.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. The NFL is king, man. They don't play no games. So we do a UFC show. We do Wrestling with Reality on Wednesdays, where we go in and we break down these shows. So the reason I bring that up, this channel, Straight Talk with Trevor, this is a small channel. This is a blip on, a pimple on the ass of God and stuff like that they say. But when you have thousands of channels this size doing this, Now it makes what these guys are who being paid millions on ESPN is making what they do not as needed
Valuable.
anymore, because now you could hear a Trevor and Venkat argue for we're going 3.5 hours talking about basketball, breaking down basketball from the old days. Nobody on ESPN right now, and hey, they paid their dues. Nobody on ESPN right now is doing what we just did for the past 3 hours. Nobody. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing what we do on Wednesday nights, where we break down old wrestling. We break down current wrestling. Nobody is doing that. And now and to justify these $3 to $5 million a year contracts for these ESPN personalities, when you could just turn on YouTube and have random guy X break it down just as good or better than those guys. I'm not saying that we're better than them. Don't get that misconstrued. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is this: in this type of setting where friends could get together, how many times you sat there and you watched ESPN before we had outlets like YouTube and whatever else, and you listened to Stephen A. Smith or somebody talk, and you like, damn, man, I wish I had a voice where I could voice my opinion like him. Well, guess what? Now we have it. So what happens is we don't need to listen to them anymore. You know, right. We'll go to them every now and then, but if something big breaks, I just send it to Venkat. And then he'll be like, well, shit, that's what we're going to talk about. I don't have to go to your Dave Meltzers anymore. I don't have to go to your Sean Ross Sapps anymore to watch to get wrestling news, because I do it myself now. So my question is, is like, has outlets like YouTube and whatever other platforms, has this played a part in destroying the need for people like a Stephen A. Smith to be in that bigger thing? Because let's look at it locally. Dan Le Batard has been a name for ages here in South Florida. Dan Le Batard worked for ESPN forever. Dan Le Batard doesn't work for ESPN anymore. Dan Le Batard does his show on YouTube. Dan Le Batard gets humongous numbers and ratings and sponsorships. Jason Whitlock, we may not like Jason Whitlock. Some things he says I like, but the majority of stuff he says, I can't take him. But Jason Whitlock now does his show on YouTube. You're not beholden to any advertisers. You can say whatever you want. And I asked Venkat this question: if you could make $1 million working for ESPN, or if you could make $750,000 streaming for yourself, working for yourself, which one you going to take?
Working for myself.
I think I'm going to take the working for myself. And I think that's where we are with it now. So yeah, I was long-winded with that, but yeah.
No, but very valuable, valid points you're making.
Yeah.
Like because ever since, I'm telling you, we started streaming over here in March. March is when I did the first stream over here on this channel. And we've done about 60 shows already, in totality. And it progressively gets easier and it progressively gets better. We every show we get more and more of a crowd. Sometimes we get bigger numbers on Facebook. Sometimes we get bigger numbers on YouTube. It is all ebbs and flows of this. So what I'm saying, so like a Shannon Sharp who was getting paid who knows what over at FS1 doing the show with Skip Bayless. Now Shannon Sharp could now go do his own thing. He doesn't ever have to work for another company anymore, because he could just be like, you know what? I'm gonna just fire up a podcast, which he already has, but he could come on YouTube and do a YouTube show and be like, you know what? What does he call his show? Like
Club Shay Shay.
Yeah, Shay Shay's Lounge or Club Shay Shay, something
Club Shay Shay.
Now that he's not with Skip anymore, what do you think is going to happen? How many more people you think going to flock to him because they didn't like Skip?
Right.
The only thing is that's just not a it's not, you're not getting every day the take of him. It's so he could, I mean, definitely he builds his own thing. It's gonna definitely blow up. Um, but what he has right now, it's not that format to hear his opinions on issues, every day on a consistent basis. But once he does that, yeah, it's gonna blow up.
But there's not a monopoly on sports talk. So why wouldn't you have to see him every day if that's what he decides to do? He could literally, like right now, I'm doing the show in my damn dolphin slippers.
I'm saying he's
with
gonna
a
get to
hot
that.
dog I got a hot dog in my hand right now. Like
Right.
seriously.
No, I'm saying he's gonna get there. He's just not there right now. Right now, what he has going on right now is it's a interview style of
Oh, you mean
right.
so okay. So you're saying he needs to go outside of the current type of show that he's doing now.
Right, and which he will do. He will do that, but right now, what he has going on right now, it's not a like I can't tune into him to see what his opinion is on the current event right now, or you know what I mean.
But do you think like, okay, so today, July 5th, if he wanted to say, hey, tomorrow I'm going and I'm doing a undisputed style show, you don't think he would have hundreds of thousands of people tune?
Yes,
I'm gonna do an undisputed style show on YouTube tomorrow. You don't think
yes, I'm
he'll have
saying,
hundreds of thousands of people?
yes, I'm saying he could do that, and it's just what he has set up right now. He's gonna do that in the future. I'm sure he's gonna do that, and it's gonna get either stay on. It's gonna be on a YouTube, a medium like that, or he's gonna end up getting on TV because people is gonna be in demand, and somebody's gonna want to pick it up. Skip's gonna be something in the past once he started getting his own thing going, because somebody's gonna either he's gonna want to stay on a YouTube situation, or somebody wants to pick him up if they throw the right kind of money at him. Yeah, he's gonna get his own show or what have you. But then he may want to just keep his like a kind of format of what he has now that's just on YouTube, and have things in his control, like you were saying. Um, he gonna build something in the future, whether it's somebody throwing him some money to be on their platform or his own. Um, he's gonna do that in the future, most definitely, because we want to hear what he got to say about certain things.
There was a time where ESPN was must watch. So like we want to know the basketball highlights and stuff like that. Now you just go to Twitter or you go to YouTube because the clips are up immediately.
Right.
And it's like it's like now I don't have to wait. We're Dolphin fans, so if you're watching the national broadcast, you normally would have to wait till like the 28th minute of a 30-minute broadcast before they mention the Dolphins in any length. Whereas now you just fire up Twitter or you do what we do. Like how many times we just been in the man cave talking and we like, hey man, I think this team is going to do this year. Me and Zay always having the argument because he's a Steeler fan and I'm a Dolphin fan. We're always having that argument. Now we got outlets like this that we could put that stuff out in the air, and more people, the regular everyday guy will listen to that more because they like, shit, that's how I feel.
Yeah, of course.
So what I'm saying is like, and Adrian is saying that Richard Sherman is who you're talking about, is probably going to be the next host with Skip. Yeah, I mean, I don't know Richard Sherman's his interview style, but yeah, but it's like how many times we'll be talking and we just like, damn, my team gonna do this. My team, you don't have to go to random Sports Center broadcaster A and be like, oh man, let me hear what he had to say. No.
But just like you said that if you can have your own platform and making $700,000 a year, or going to a established station that's gonna sign you to a 5-year, $125 million contract, you're gonna have to, just like how Deion Sanders was, hey, I was building something over here, but at the same time, if if somebody throwing this amount of money to me, and I have to look at all kind of options or whatever. I mean, either way, the word's going to get out. He's going to get his voice out. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that you got to consider, and things.
Let me bring it to wrestling real quick. There's a there's a tag team called a Revival. They call FTR now. When their contracts were up a couple of years ago, the WWE was offering them like ridiculous money. Now, granted, they didn't even had this team on TV the majority of their run. They jobbed them out, everything. But when their contracts were coming due, just so they didn't go to the other company, they were offering them ridiculous amounts of money. So they took the lesser money, but guess what they took the lesser money for? More creative freedom.
Right.
Now these people get creative freedom. Shannon Sharp doesn't have to play second fiddle to Skip Bayless anymore.
Bro, we get all that. We totally understand. We get it. We get it. But I mean, we get it.
All right, Venkat, you got anything before I start playing this video?
I'm just loving the atmosphere. The more initially when I found out about these layoffs and whatnot, I was like, oh man. But the more you find out about like the driving causes of it, the more I'm like, yeah, this is great because it affects those few big dogs, which feel sad for them and whatnot. But it's bringing thousands more opportunity and a voice, and to be able to cultivate their own following. The big dogs, their fall isn't as hard because they already have a name and a fame. And that with that fame, yeah, exactly. And that fame, they can utilize that to establish what's going on already. So they already got a head start. Jalen Rose could go on YouTube right now and do a show. And just for the situation alone, he'll get like media and fans and everybody watching that. He'll probably go viral first show.
Yeah. Like Kwame Brown said, this is it's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah. No, I'm loving it because ESPN, it's a dirty ass company. They have it set up where like in your cable bill, like a part of your cable bill is just slated for paying for ESPN, and it's something and if you're paying for cable, you're paying a certain amount that is for ESPN, whether you got it or not. Wow. And ESPN needs to come down a little bit because they've been running roughshod for decades now, really. So I like when the little guys are able to wield some sort of power and dictate the tone of the industry a little bit. They were having a great ass time at our expense, and now they have to now listen to the way it's done now. I mean, you see this in news too, because I don't know if you noticed, but like sometimes you watch the news, and the news in the past used to have video ready. It would be the actual authentic video. Mm-hmm. Now they just showing you a YouTuber from a YouTuber's account and whatnot, and I'm like, damn, like you're the news. You're supposed to be able to have access to video. But it's just, I guess, so much easier to just go to the YouTubers and go right off of YouTube,
I'm telling y'all, like the only reason I don't completely cuss Venkat out is because he's the one who told me to come over to YouTube. Like I fought against this for months. Like I did not want to do this because I'm like, man, hell no. Like I watch YouTube every day and I see it's a grimy ass place, but it's so much better. Like it's hard for me honestly, it's hard for me to justify continuing to do the audio podcast. Like I'm still doing it like once a month or whatever, just to put clips out and stuff. But this is so right now. Like once I hit live, that's it. And you can interact. You could interact with people from all over the world. Like this is it. People, we had a white guy, just a random white guy from the country come on one of our wrestling shows just because he saw we was talking about wrestling, and he was like, well shit, if they're gonna let me come on, let me come on. You can't do that in a controlled environment.
The studio environment.
confines. Like I said, I literally just got finished eating a hot dog. Like that's probably part of the reason why I turned the camera off. It's like, and it's the difference of making, like I said, it's a difference of making $1 million for a company or 750,000 for yourself. Is that freedom? You can't take it back. And I remember Charles Barkley, I was listening to something yesterday. Charles Barkley said that he knew that this was going to happen at ESPN because they like to work people into the ground.
Yes.
For less money. So it's like, you know, and Charles Barkley got a name. He's sitting high on the hog on that NBA show.
Right.
You know, he's fantastic on that NBA show, but it just gives a guy so much more leverage now. Like I was telling Venkat earlier, there's this guy I watch on YouTube named Flemlo. Like I started watching him when he only had a couple thousand subscribers. Now
Flemlo, yeah.
Now he got over 500,000. Like I watched the guy like grow from the ground up just because he's consistent with his content and he sticks to it. Like that is legit. Why? Because Venkat will tell you, man, he would always say, man, you got to come on YouTube. You got to come in. And I'm like, man, I am not doing that. I don't want to go to YouTube. And then I ended up coming to YouTube and I'm like, damn, why didn't I come to YouTube earlier? Because it is like you could get it all out there so much better. So these guys and girls that got let go, I think it's going for the majority of them, it's going to be a blessing in disguise because one or two things is going to cause Fox to want to overpay for them now.
Yeah.
Or FanDuel, which I didn't even know FanDuel was in this business, but FanDuel has an sports entertainment thing. So they may try to overpay, or these guys may try their hand at something different. You know, how many former ESPN commentators did you have try their hand in WWE or boxing? Or so it just gives you, because they're not hurting for money. Let's money aside. They're not hurting for money. So they have the luxury now where they could play around and say, hey, let me try this out.
You got to imagine that there's some sort of severance package as well, too.
Yeah, have to be.
Yeah, so
definitely. Yeah.
They'll be sitting tight for a little while.
And ESPN is so grimy because a lot of these guys were coming up on like big bonuses and stuff.
Right.
So they gave him the access again. Like that just goes to show you like why we kill ourselves for these companies.
Yep.
And you know, they're like, hey, even though I got a 5-year contract with you, I don't want to honor it anymore. So I'm gonna cut you off in the 3rd year. Like, you know,
that's like when you have to leave a job, you have to give a 2 weeks notice. But then when you get fired, there's no notice. You're just done right then and there. Yeah,
but they still, but it's not like our kind of fire. They still they're contracts, so they still got.
No, I'm talking about for us.
Yeah.
The regular 9 to 5. I'm talking about them. There's a different situation, but
right.
Yeah.
Except for Trevor, you know, they'll take care of him. So
I'd like to think that. I mean, hey, you never know, man. I don't know. Hey, I don't know. But I'm gonna play this Stephen A. Smith video, and then you know I'll stop it every now and then if something like a good point come up. So I can't upload it here. So let me see. Present. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. All right, so we should be able to
Let me address something.
Right, here we go.
To some of the haters out there about me. Y'all can kiss my ass. Twice. And I'm talking about the people, I'm talking directly to the people in the industry who've sat up there and said, why isn't Stephen A. gone? Ladies and gentlemen, we got a few people at ESPN getting paid more than me. They don't have the #1 show. They don't have the top ratings.
Okay, hold on. Because I got to stop that right there. Who do you think at ESPN is making more money than him?
ESPN. ESPN. Wow.
I don't believe that.
No, he wouldn't say that unless they gotta be.
I'm sure there's a whole
What?
lot of people that not even necessarily in front of the camera that
I
gets.
was just gonna say
Right.
that.
There's a
Unless
whole lot of
Okay.
there's
So
a
let me
whole
say,
lot of white people getting
on
paid.
air. I mean, on air talent. Because
right.
yeah, of course,
Now
he ain't
that's a
making more
different
money than the
story.
president.
That's a different story. On air, the on air talent. Now,
Because he is their biggest star.
right.
So when I heard that, I was like, huh? Yeah, he has to be talking about somebody behind the scenes that's not out in front.
Yeah.
Don't
that
generate
gets,
more revenue.
So we will never know that.
How come y'all didn't bring their names up? And by the way, none of them are black. How come you didn't bring their names up? I wonder why. I'm talking to those folks, the critics in the media, or the wannabe medias with the blogosphere and the websites that never went through the terrain of being official members of the Fourth Estate. I'm talking about them. How come y'all didn't bring them up? ESPN, just the other day, laid off about 20 members of its on-air talent. I work at ESPN. My day job is First Take. NBA Countdown 2.
All right, I gotta stop it again because Tequila brings up a good point. She puts, when I ask who makes more money, she put Pat McAfee's name in there. Absolutely. So the rumor is that they got rid of all these people to pay Pat McAfee's salary, to bring him over because he's starting soon. Pat McAfee had a $100 million contract with FanDuel. So now he's coming over to ESPN for an $85 million contract, but he's keeping his YouTube show. Again, Pat McAfee made it big off of his YouTube show. And because his YouTube show is so big, ESPN now wants to pick it up. So
Yeah, but he's not even really there yet. Stephen A is talking about some people that are already there. That's what he's talking about.
No, I'm just because Tequila put Pat McAfee's name in there, but I'm saying like the rumor is though that they're getting rid of all these people because to justify paying him.
I think he talks about that too.
Damn, 17 million. What the hell?
NBA, Stephen A's World, all of that stuff, but mainly First Take. And there are a lot of people who got laid off. Friends of mine, actually. Definitely respected colleagues who've done a phenomenal job. When Disney announced that 7,000 layoffs were coming, everybody associated with ESPN knew this day would arrive.
Hold on, I'm not going to stop it again, but I just noticed something in the corner when he just said the 7,000. He said the 7,000 layoffs for Disney. Look at this frame that's on the computer. Look at that stock price. You see how wicked this company is? Look at that. You see how wicked that is? They're trading at $120 a share. You see how wicked they are?
They do cuts when they're doing great.
Bro, that's wicked, man. That. All right. Wow. It's just funny that when he said that, that's what popped up on the screen.
Folks as individuals were hoping it just wasn't them. To see Jalen Rose gone, my brother.
I gotta stop it there. Jalen Rose. Go ahead, Venkat.
What do you want me to say about Jalen Rose?
Like, what do you think? Like Jalen Rose that's a terrible move.
It's a catastrophic move because Jalen has all that insight in the game of basketball, being a former player and everything. But his commentary is actually quite well done and well said. He was one of the best analysts they had on there in all of ESPN, in my opinion. I used to look forward to it. Anytime they would have a halftime show and he was on it, I knew that I was going to get something valuable when he spoke. I don't know if you can say that now. I don't know what they have remaining or what they have coming in, but that's a huge, huge hit with Jalen Rose. And now the other thing that I noticed, when you look at the people that were not cut, you're talking about Kendrick Perkins, the guy that has the podcast, Three and Old Man and a Three. What's his name? Oh God, I forgot his name, but yeah, he would give Stephen A. a hard time every now and then. But he was a former player as well. So a lot of the newer guys, the newer players that recently came on, they were not cut. And I assume it's because they're not getting paid as much. Jalen Rose, he was getting $3 million a year from ESPN. So I'm sure Kendrick Perkins is not getting $3 million a year.
Pat McAfee's getting 17.
I know. Well, there you go. I know that. Yeah, there's always these weird, it could be racial as well.
And I'm gonna tell you, I like Pat McAfee, the WWE SmackDown announcer, but I don't know what he is in way of sports commentary. Just he's loud and over the top.
I don't in general see anything worth from Pat McAfee that's going to be that price range. I don't really think he's that great. If you would have told me Shaden Sharp got that, I would, okay, fine. But I don't know. I mean, in their world, it makes sense, I guess. I don't know. But I'm sure there's a racial aspect to it as well.
Well, that's when you was talking about Jalen Rose, you said that's a hurt. It may be a hurt for people that look like me and you, but overall, because he talks like us or see things, coming from where he came from. But for the wider audience, it's no loss for them. You know what I'm saying?
I think his show is, that Jalen and Jacoby show. It's quite popular, especially with the younger viewers.
Is it still on?
I don't know if that show is tied to ESPN or if it was their own thing.
No, that's ESPN.
That's what I don't know if ESPN owns it or was it like their stuff that was played in partnership with ESPN or was it just solely ESPN? I don't know.
I don't know, but I was talking about that the other day because I wasn't for sure if that show is still on or not.
Yeah, I think that's a missed opportunity. I thought that was really good. Like that's the thing too. We talk about ESPN needing to get with the times to try to conform more to the environment that is currently going on. Well, Jalen fit the bill and they got rid of him. Granted, because he probably was going to get paid more than the $3 million. He was probably going to attain a larger sum plus bonus. And I guess, since that was going to happen, they got rid of him. But a lot of the newer guys did not get cut. That lady too, Malika Andrews, like
you know what?
She's straight trash.
I was seeing the thing that a guy was saying that we should start a boycott to get rid of her.
let's save Malika for the end because I know we want to rail on her. Yeah, let's save her for the end.
Done an outstanding job for us covering the NBA for years. Got a lot of love for that brother. A lot of the great work he's done over the years, what he's represented for the company. I'm going to miss him. Jeff Van Gundy's another. Jeff Van Gundy's been a Hall of Fame analyst and commentator. I believe Mark Jackson to be the same.
This is surprising. I mean, damn, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to have to stop by everyone, but man, my goodness, you let go of Jeff Van Gundy.
Which Jeff Van Gundy would be like what you're saying, Trevor, like, even though he's a white, older guy, he would say a lot of the things that the audience would think about.
Exactly.
So he was a great mouthpiece to have there. So now I don't know what you're going to bring in now. I mean,
and he would call those referees to task.
Right. He would actually legit. And that brought a little bit more of a legitimacy. Because if he's saying it like, okay, because you would never see WWE do something like that. You wouldn't see the NFL do something like that. So But I mean, Charles Barkley even does it. Like he'll just say, "Hey, this game is boring." You know, they don't try to sell you on stuff that's not there. If it's not good, they just call it, and you got to respect that. But I guess they don't like that.
Man, yeah, this is crazy.
But we're going to have to sit up here, along with very many others. Okay, Neil Everett from SportsCenter, Ashley Brewer from SportsCenter, you know, my brother Keyshawn Johnson, my brother.
So, what's that? Yeah, I didn't know the other two they just showed, but Keyshawn Johnson again, another perspective in the NFL analysis. Like it's
Oh, the white guy that you just skipped. I knew him for years. Great at he was great on SportsCenter, and I just found out he was actually. I don't know if he comes from Portland, but he's a Blazer fan. I see some pictures of him with the Trailblazer logo T-shirt all the time now. So yeah, he was pretty cool. I used to like watching him on SportsCenter.
And Ricardo makes a good point. He says, when you compare NBC Sports and CBS Sports, ESPN is losing ground. ESPN is bleeding and it's massive. I feel like it's the content. The content ain't strong enough. ESPN is very antiquated and stuffy. It was again what I was saying. If you know, do you want to see old crusty white guy talking about sports, or would you rather see like a hipper black dude? You know what I mean? And I know we're the minority in this, but I bet we're like some of the biggest consumers of their content.
Of course.
Crazy, man.
There's various others, and I don't want to mention everybody because I don't want to forget anybody's name. But those names certainly come to mind. I'm even going to mention Max Kellerman.
So again, Max Kellerman, like at one point, Max Kellerman was the golden boy.
Yeah,
like, I remember Max Kellerman from old FS1, and like him and Stephen A. always had their squabbles with one another. I'm pretty sure he was commanding a pretty penny. But again, somebody like Max Kellerman right now, if Max Kellerman wanted to continue to do this, he could go fire up a YouTube channel right now and get 1 million subs easy.
Yep.
Easy.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Easy.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm shocked that they let him go. Shocked.
And he's good. And Max Kellerman is good with the fighting stuff. Like he's a good boxing analyst.
For decades.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For decades. He's not new.
I want to know who's replacing these guys.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess it's time that you got.
Is that the dump truck backing up that they have to give the money?
Oh.
Is that the dump truck of money that they got to back up for these guys?
I know y'all thought I wouldn't. I am not happy that he is gone. We all know what history we had. We all know what happened with he and I parting ways on First Take. I don't want the brother unemployed. I want him gainfully employed. I want him having a job and a career. And that brother knows his boxing inside as out, and smart as a whip, and has been around a long time. I wish him no ill will. But if we're going to be real about it, let's deal with reality. This ain't the end. More is coming. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I could be next. Let me tell y'all something. Don't ever, ever, ever in your life, as a black person, take anything for granted. I told you before, when white folks catch a cold, black folks catch pneumonia. The Neil Everetts are gone. The Jeff Van Gundys are gone. The David Pollock.
Well, hold on. So two-part in what he just said. That tequila. I highly doubt that. That he could be next.
Could be, will be is two different words.
Huh?
Could be and will be are two different things.
Well, yeah. Anybody could be, but
Right.
I highly doubt that they ever.
No, you know he was fired from ESPN before.
Yeah, but that was before he was where he is now. Like he is their biggest star on camera.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Anything? They can save a big amount of money. It seems like they're looking to save money. They already said they're
distributing it back to Pat McAfee though.
Yeah, I mean they could just. I mean, I don't know. So they claim that they're losing ground here.
Are they really saving money if all they're doing is just redistributing it back to one guy? But what I wanted, they showed Susie Colbert. That one shocked the hell out of me. Long time Monday Night Football analyst. That's the one that that Joe Namath said, "I want to kiss you on the sideline." That was shocking that that they let her go, just because she's been there so long in that football spotlight. So again, I'd really love to see who they want. Are they going to replace her with a younger, a younger blonde or what? Like I don't know.
Probably more than likely that is going to be the way, because that's always the way. They're not gonna, you know who else works for ESPN? I believe it's Doris Burke.
Yeah, Doris Burke.
She's great. Well, is she gone too? I hope she's not gone.
No, I don't think she's gone. And what's the black girl name? I forget her name. Oh God, what is her name? Robin something. Oh geez.
Robert. Oh, not Robin Roberts.
No, that's the Good Morning America girl.
Yeah.
But Doris, she was like, every time you hear her commentate, it just sounds legitimate.
Yeah.
Like she just brings it. And I like when women are a part of it. Like it sucks when you just got just a bunch of guys. When you add a woman in there, it just makes it feel more, I don't know, legit or whatever. And like not just a token woman. I'm talking about like Doris. She knows what's going on. She can give you a lot of insight, and it's all good stuff, man. So I love that. Need more of that in wrestling too. They try to invest in at least, but they should have a legacy person like that in wrestling.
Yeah, it's shocking that they don't. Like they didn't make a Sherry or somebody like that, dude.
Right? Like right.
Trevor, when you were talking about the cost,
go ahead.
When you were talking about the cost and everything, you're getting rid of all these people to basically replace it with one. When you have to fly 20 different people to different locations, opposed to you have to fly them and feed them and all that kind of stuff, that comes out of ESPN budget, right?
They're doing studio shows, right? They're not flying anywhere
unless it's a special.
When they fly them to different locations and stuff, like when they're doing like Jalen Rose. When he goes to different games and stuff of that nature, the ESPN have to fly them out, right?
These companies are wicked. If they was paying Jalen Rose $3 million a year, then his salary should have been $4 million. And guess what? That $1 million that they're not giving them, that's what they use to cover all the incidentals like travel and food. These companies are wicked. They already figured that money in. They absolutely already figured that money.
But I'm just saying, you'd rather just pay one guy opposed to 20 people. You know what I'm saying?
But you also got to keep in mind that the plan is to recoup what is lost. 5.5 million. They lost 5 million. They're trying to get 5.5. I'm sorry, billion. Yeah, they're trying to get 5.5 billion to cover everything.
But did Disney lose that or ESPN? Yeah.
No, Disney. The ESPN is just a part of a big ass plan.
So Disney is trying to recoup $5 billion from ESPN.
ESPN, well, that's a part of their overall cost. We're talking about the animation studios, the parks. We're talking the Marvel, Star Wars.
Right.
We're talking
Right.
all the things that underperform. They just
Right.
pulled Willow, the new Willow series, off of Disney Plus. They don't want to even pay the price to keep it up, so they just pulled it off, streaming off altogether. They just made that series, and
Yeah.
I
See,
mean,
when movies bomb and all that stuff, they got to make that stuff up.
yeah, so they're trying to get back all that money. They didn't even look at it, that's a lost cause. Let's start fresh going forward. Nah, they want the money back that they
Right.
were supposed to have. That's what's driving all this.
That sounds good, but they're giving one guy it all. That's
No, they're not. He's just getting $1 million. We're talking 5.5 billion.
Right. That's
He's
less than a
just getting a
percentage.
few millions.
That's less than a percentage for it when you're talking about $5 billion.
Yeah.
man.
Talking
That
about billions of dollars.
And by them scaling it down, the overall operational costs ain't gonna be the same. So you don't know. I mean, you may end up seeing McAfee like Stephen A, where he's on multiple shows, stretching them out and stuff like that. That may happen too.
Yeah.
so I guess that answers the question. Then he's not coming back to SmackDown.
Nah, he'll be too busy with ESPN. That's grown man money.
Yeah.
SmackDown is lemonade stand money.
Yeah, because he took a break on SmackDown to go do college Saturday morning football, but he came back for like a week or so, and then I guess all this stuff happened.
Standing football, college football analysts love him.
Yep.
He was one of the casualties. Todd McShay,
Okay,
college.
this is the all right. So this is their biggest loss to me. Like, and if I'm surprised if he doesn't already have an offer from Fox. Well, I guess he has to wait out he probably has to wait out a 90-day period or something like that. But Todd McShay is what Mel Kiper Jr. is. He is the guy that they were grooming to be Mel Kiper Jr. And those of you who don't know Mel Kiper Jr., then I mean you're not a football. I get it. You don't watch football, but Mel Kiper Jr. is the end all be all of NFL draft analysis. Not only is Todd McShay a billion times better than him, but he actually makes coherent picks that actually pan out. Like this guy, when I saw his name on the list, I was like, what? Like, I mean, because this is the guy that everybody lines up for to hire. Like, this is the guy that everybody every 3 years in wrestling, when you could send out feelers, like, hey, is Roman's contract coming up? Hey, can I get this? Can I get a conversation with this guy? That's this guy that everybody's like, man, I need him on my network, because football dominates America. Football is the biggest, soccer is the biggest sport in the world, but when it comes to America, football dominates. And this guy's name is always attached to everything. When you do all those draft boards and everything, whose name is first? They always say Todd McShay's top 5 best quarterbacks, Todd McShay's best available running backs or receivers. Man, if Fox, CBS, FanDuel's probably going to try to give him a contract. Somebody's going to try to scoop him up. Like, this is the one, because who's going to replace him? Are they going to go back to Mel Kiper, who's long in the tooth, past his prime, doesn't get anything right anymore? I don't know. Like, it's crazy, man. It's like Brent, Mel Kiper, man. Mel Kiper been doing this since forever. But this guy came in and legit just kicked him out. Like get out of there, old man. So are they going to try to revamp Mel Kiper? Like, what? I don't know. What's the plan to replace this guy? Like, this is the guy. This is the guy. Like, if you had that one engineer at Apple that knew all his secrets, and then some bonehead CEO comes in and like, oh yeah, we don't need him. Let's get rid of him. Oh,
you mean like Twitter?
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
But how we gonna put this? What do we do with this component? You let the guy who knew all the info go, and that's crazy.
Well, they say there's one guy who's pretty much untouchable, and that's Woj.
Oh, Wojnarowski?
Yeah.
Keela's saying Matt Miller. Who is Matt Miller?
Matt Miller.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Football analyst extraordinaire, especially for the NFL draft. He's been late. He's part of the casualties. Love him. You didn't think black folks was going to be on the list too? That's always the case.
Oh, Jason Williams too.
And the one thing that I can tell you about Stephen A., this ain't 2009. I really didn't see it coming. My eyes are always wide open now. I'm never comfortable. I never take anything for granted, and I never assume that I'm safe. And First Take's #1. And been #1 for 11 and a half plus years. This isn't some corporate lackey taking the whole corporate line. I'm paying attention and I'm reading the tea leaves and I'm telling you what it is. You can either listen or not.
Damn, I shot over it. But First Take, 561,000 views. He could take that. I mean, First Take is being broadcast somewhere else, but he could take that on any streaming platform and make bank off of it with all the sponsorships and everything that he'd get. And what's funny is his attitude now versus 2009. I bet you in 2009 he wouldn't have been going off like this, because it was more of a time like, damn, it was uncertainty, you didn't know. Whereas with now, he knows that if they give him the pink slip and say, hey, you're done, he'd be like, all right, it's all good. He'll be fired up the next day, ready to do something else.
Yep.
Damn, look at this. Facebook laying off 11,000.
Facebook turned to, let go of over 10,000 people, if I remember correctly. Didn't Amazon let go of thousands of people, y'all? Am I correct in saying that, Ashley? Sumatra, Gav, am I correct in saying that? Amazon laid off thousands. Facebook laid off thousands. Okay? Netflix had its purge a while back. What do you think was going to happen? See, all of these folks that are fainting, I'm not talking about the people who will let go. My heart and my compassion, I've been there. And for me, it was different, by the way. They were let go because of cuts. I was fired. It's about revenue and ratings. Revenue being paramount at Disney. Why? COVID-19, ladies and gentlemen. The pandemic. Don't you remember the parks being closed? You don't know how much money is generated from the parks? You have any idea how much money was lost? How about the movies? I assure you, as God is my witness, if Disney didn't lose $5.5 billion, Jeff Van Gundy wouldn't be gone. David Pollack wouldn't be gone. Todd McShay and Jalen Rose and Neil Everett and others wouldn't be gone. More cuts wouldn't be on the way. Following the cuts behind the scenes, I didn't bring up the producers and the editors and all of these wonderful people that I work with that lost their jobs. Or those who are still there that are worried as hell they're going to lose theirs because they see the climate. They see the climate. And then everybody wants to come along. Oh, Stephen A., please stop it. Don't be a capitalist. Don't bring up corporate America again. Why? How you paying your bills? How you paying your bills? Take your time. Answer the question. I'll wait. How are you paying your bills? See, we want to talk, but we don't want to be practical. We don't want to make sense. We want to be emotional. Folks lamented how folks are being laid off, but Pat McAfee arrived at ESPN. Pat McAfee wasn't hired by ESPN. Pat McAfee was acquired by ESPN via.
All right, here go Pat McAfee. I do agree with him as far as the whole capitalism talk, and I mean we beat that to death on YouTube, but at this world, and I mean, and if we could get emotion out of it, is such a bottom dollar world. But my whole thing is they didn't just start losing that money. Like what was the straw that broke the camel's back? Because we could blame it on COVID. That was 3 years ago. We know the parks were closed. We know the massive cuts that everybody lost, money that everybody lost. Like I always tell the story, 2020, my company was on the trajectory of making the most money they've ever made in their 50-year history. And then COVID came in and was like, nope, and put an end to that. And now we're like rebounding really good to where we got work and we can't even handle the load that we have now. So what was this straw that broke the camel's back? Like they saw the bleeding already was happening 3 years ago. Why now?
I think that number is from 3 years ago. I don't think that's all this together, like 2021, 2022, 2023.
So
I think that's all 2020.
Why not make the cuts back then, though?
Well, I mean, they're trying to get out the rough spot. So once they got to a point where you saw the number on CNBC, it showed a big positive in the green. Mm-hmm. So I guess they wanted to work themselves into a place where it's good, and then just execute it just before those bonus payouts and the increases in the contracts. It's just all these are strategies, man. Just all strategies. They planned this from probably 2 years ago, what they were going to do.
So I wish I could. I hope I could ask this question and not get in any argument. We well over 4 hours and we ain't had one yet.
Oh, we already had an argument. You told me.
When?
You just said that long ago. I said something.
No, it's because you were talking shit about LeBron, but no.
Oh well, gosh.
So they're making decisions now in 2023 for problems that happened in 2020. And we chalk that up to capitalism. We chalk that up to business. Is casualty of business. That's how that works. So when Vince McMahon during the pandemic was like, hey, I'm losing this money, let me start making my cuts now. Now, granted, the majority of the people they let go in 2020, they brought them all back. So, but
Triple H brought them all back.
But Triple H works for them. A lot of people don't like to bring that up. They just like, oh yeah, they let them go, but they brought the majority of them back that didn't find employment other places. So why are we so quick to just be like they're so terrible, but not a company like Disney who just did it on the back end?
Disney has their own issues, right? Because it's not just the pandemic. It's the they have that controversy with Republicans now, with Ron DeSantis, that whole war, that actually is affecting it a little too. So there's multiple reasons why they're bleeding, and they just want to go ahead and get ahead of this problem before it gets to be a worse problem. That's what I feel. But why they're not vilified? Yeah, they are vilified. To a certain segment of the population, they don't like Disney. They don't like Disney because Disney said we didn't like that bill, the Don't Say Gay bill. And ever since then, there's a certain population, a certain part of the population that don't like them. But Disney isn't doing any favors for their image with these layoffs. A lot of these analysts are favorite analysts that have a following. And, I'm sure people are going to boycott so they have it on both ends. They have it at both sides. The people that were religiously watching them, the people that didn't care for them to begin with, everybody's going to get mad at them. I mean, and then look at Marvel and Star Wars. They both have issues right now. I can't remember the last time that there was a Marvel movie that was really good. And they're not making their money. And, this isn't Marvel, but the DC movie just bombed, The Flash. And the thing with the industry is it's just like wrestling. It's just like everything else. you're in the same industry, and if one of your major films fail, and then another one, and then another one, then it'll start a snowball effect, and then people will start, because some people don't even know the difference between Warner Brothers and Disney, Marvel and DC. They don't know the difference between those companies, and they don't know the difference between those properties. They just know that superhero stuff. That's it. So they may just throw them all in one bag, and people are already saying superhero fatigue and stuff like that. That's just one of their many businesses. Not to mention the parks. The parks cost a lot to get to right now, and
Tell me about it.
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So there's like all these issues that are happening because Disney isn't a company that's just an entertainment company and they just do this one thing. They're like, their hands are in all types of different businesses.
Right.
Yeah, so it's tough for them. They're not looking good. I mean, this did not help them. You may save that 5.5 billion. They may get to that number, but what cost is this creating? Because I know I'm the type of consumer. I keep tabs on when somebody, like, for instance, I bought a warranty for my LG TV in 2020. The TV worked perfectly all this time, but it started giving problems. I called the people up with that I got the warranty from. They made excuses. They don't want to cover it. So I just spent extra $70, $80 on the warranty, and it doesn't do anything for me. I feel like I'm cheated.
LG is shit.
Exactly. I'll never buy another LG item, not just TV, but anything LG on it.
My fridge right now is giving me all type of issues. LG is shit.
Yes, and I'll never buy another warranty on anything. So, so I just bought a new TV this past Saturday, and made sure it's not LG. And it's awesome, man. But but that's the thing, and that's for life. That's not just like right now. With me, it's for life. So I mean,
so you just like, to hell with that.
Exactly. And I know not everybody thinks like I do, but I'm sure there's some people in the world that share that same kind of mentality.
See, I do people like that.
I do companies like that.
Yeah, I do people like that. I'm like, if you cross me, I'm like, yeah, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we got? We only got like 2 minutes left. All right.
At a Pat McAfee show, he had a product that he built through his grit, his hard work, his determination, his focus, his brilliance, and he turned it in to a $120 million deal that was once given to him by FanDuel. ESPN acquired that business. He's not an employee. He's a product that was acquired.
So how does that work? Because I heard that they acquired his product, so he doesn't necessarily work for ESPN. He's still doing the show, but ESPN now owns the rights to his show. Is that how that goes?
Right. It sounds like some sort of a joint partnership.
Right.
So I mean, and that's a great way to do the business.
I wonder what percentage he keeps.
Right.
So he could still have control of a lot of his content and things like that.
So maybe he won't get stretched out like Stephen A. being on this show, that show. Charles Barkley makes fun of that all the time. You're not going to work me to death.
So it's like the guy from New Day, Xavier Woods. He has that up down down YouTube channel.
Yeah, I watched that.
And WWE took ownership of that.
That's ridiculous. That's absolutely.
I guess I don't think they strong armed him. I think they gave him what he wanted for it, but I wonder if he still owns a percentage of it.
Probably.
It's like, man, wow. I didn't, man, because when you get into those, when you sell it's like the 80-20 deal almost, where Master P got them to pay for all the distribution and all that stuff. And man, I don't
They do-
know.
There's a lot of Master P's walking around now.
Yeah.
You tell me Master P did not affect
Yeah, yeah.
he didn't affect hip hop culture. He affect freaking culture. Period.
Hey, I always, I listen. That's one of those ones that burn me too. Every now and then, I'll go back and I'll be like, "Damn, man."
You had the winning argument.
I'll be like, "Damn."
You just had to stick the landing on him.
Oh boy, there's always one.
I would know because I'm an employee who's trying to become a product. That is the world that we're living in. Y'all listen to who y'all want to. I want to listen to Jay-Z. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. That's my aspiration. That's what Pat McAfee achieved. It's what Colin Cowherd achieved. It's what Dan Patrick achieved. It's what Joe Rogan achieved. It's what Bill Simmons achieved.
I leftovers hit the spot, boy.
Are you paying attention? That's what's going on. No matter where you turn, politics, medicine, pharmaceutical, technology, education, even the streets of America with unsavory characters who are breaking laws to do it. Everything comes down to business. Everything comes down to business. If we don't get it, we better get it.
Man, wow. How come Stephen A. Smith doesn't have his own brand yet?
Well, he does. That show is the Stephen A. Smith show from FanDuel.
Well, I mean, he mentioned Colin Cowherd, Bill Simmons, Dan Patrick, Joe Rogan. When I say brand, I mean like that brand.
Well, that's what he said though. He says, "I'm trying to get my own. I'm trying to become a product too, like that."
Yeah, but why? What I'm saying is, why
didn't he
already?
I guess he was sucking up that money that was coming quickly. You know, he was doing real well there. So he had all his mind and attention was his first take. Plus he had Stephen A. Smith World and all the other things he was doing.
Because it's a lot to it to have all that stuff, the producers and all that kind of stuff, man. And sometimes you just rather have somebody else deal with all that stuff, and you just be the entertainment. You just be the face of it, because there's a lot to behind the scenes stuff, that a lot of people are not equipped with yet, or have to learn about it, and have to get in that situation that they can have all that. It's not just that easy. We're not talking about just jumping on a YouTube channel and having your own show or whatever. If you're talking about having his own TV kind of thing going on, there's a lot to it. And a lot of instances you're gonna have to fight too.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you need TV anymore?
No. But I'm talking about him having his own TV thing, or I didn't know exactly what you want, so I needed to make sure what you're talking about exactly.
Well, I'm just saying in general though, because I get what you're saying. Like you gotta have your producers and everything. It's like with me, like I'm the mouth. I'm not gonna be the one back here doing all the behind the scenes stuff like that. I'm literally the guy. Let's hit go, and then let me just start talking. That's what I do. Whereas with Venkat is the one who does all the videos. He's the one who's put all these cards and stuff together. I don't do that stuff because when I look at that stuff and start to do it, it gets me frustrated and I want to go do something else. So I get it, but he could get. I mean, man, he can get a producer from out of college or something and say, hey, let's start this up and pay him a good penny because he has some money. I just feel like when he mentions like Joe Rogan and all, Joe Rogan started from the ground up. Like Joe Rogan started on Fear Factor.
Right. But okay, but Joe, the money's not coming out of Joe Rogan's pocket though. And Stephen A, you saying he got money. You got to have connections. You have to have, all that stuff can't be paid out of your pocket. You're talking about getting producers and cameramen and all that kind of stuff, a place, a building, and all that. That's too much. I would rather just do a YouTube or something like that because the expense of all that.
Man, I watched some guys on YouTube, the way they set up their
right
their studio, like, and I'm talking about just regular guys like us.
Right.
They have all these camera views and all that stuff, man. And you would think that they were in a $100,000 recording session. The way they do this.
I mean, look at I Am Athlete and what's the other guys?
You got Drink Champs. You got the one with Channing Crowder.
Yeah. But those are like interview forms though. But if you're talking about in the sense of like a show like on TV, but yeah, I mean, I guess you can do something like that on YouTube too, I guess. Yeah,
because look at Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock, I mean, all he does is just sit in. He sits. I don't know if that's a studio. That might just be his office. He sits there and he just runs his fat mouth.
Right.
So I did want to, because we like 5 minutes away from the 4.5 hour mark. So which is insane. And Venkat, this is all your fault. Let's talk about the real star of ESPN. What's her name? Malika Andrews. So how does she not get the chopping block? Well, I'm gonna just say it's because she's a woman.
She's a woman. She's the.
But we saw other women. We saw other women get.
Yeah, but she's a black woman.
That's willing to put men of color out there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other lady got fired.
Say it. Hey, go over here. Go ahead and say it. Say it.
That other lady got fired for talking about Trump.
So Sage was Sage Steele? Sage?
No, that's Sage.
I think she's still on because she has a lawsuit with ESPN. So they're gonna have to keep her on board for a minute, and after the settlement, then they can get rid of her.
Yeah, Malika, like literally brings up info in the worst times.
Oh, you mean like how they did Kobe Bryant when he died, bringing up that case? Like, it's just weird. Like, why would you do that?
The kid at the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she. But again, like I think you have these women that do this where it's like they feel like they had to play to master so much that they're like, instead of just reporting, let me slander him too. Let me scandalize him also. In his crowning achievement, let him know that he's just, that he's still an N-word. You know what I mean? Like, let me throw this dirt out at him. And that's how I feel like that's what she's there for. She plays that role.
And somebody that looks just like you will put you out there, will do it for us. Put you out there for us.
Yeah, she's straight trash. I saw her. She made fun of Richard Jefferson, calling him bald head. Like, it was like for no reason. So it just they were just talking, and she just instantly went to a diss. Like, she got nothing but negativity to say.
Yeah. Yeah, she hates herself, as they say.
Yeah.
Always have these coons, man. They're going around. Willie D made that song "Coon." And it's appropriate. He called out a lot of people, including Charles Barkley, Michael Jordan. He called out a lot of them. Jeez.
Yeah, these people, man, it's crazy, man. They just Oh boy. Well, I think we covered this sideways, left ways, 10 times a Sunday, 4.5 hours.
It's
Wow.
much. Hey, it's good to have it in this show because we only had 4 shows of
Yeah.
NBA.
The re-
So for
the WrestleMania show wasn't even this long, and that was the longest show up until this point.
yeah, hey.
Man, well, fellas, it's been real.
All right, all right.
So, yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on, man. Good thing that I was up. Man, can you imagine, Venkat, if we would have started this at the regular time of 6 o'clock? Jeez.
Oh God.
Yeah, we let's see. Now I could go, I gotta take my daughter somewhere. I could go do that, and I'm gonna come back home and play some Madden.
All right.
Hopefully, I can learn how to kick. I can't kick for shit on that game. Man. I don't understand what's going on. All right, fellas, appreciate it.
All right, fellas. Yeah, have a good night, man.
Peace.
All right, man.
Peace.
Oh boy, man. Well, Straight Talk Society. There you have it. Another fantastic show, man. 4.5 hours. I knew it was gonna go. Listen, when me and Venkat started talking earlier, we were talking about it, just talking about it and some other things. And I was like, boy, this is gonna go long, just based on that conversation. I was thinking like maybe 3 hours long, but never 4.5 hours long. And then my brother-in-law hopped up and added in his perspective. Has made it all good, man. That's what I'm saying. As long as the conversation doesn't drag out, then I'm cool. So I feel like we gave the NBA Finals as just deserves. We gave the free agency as just deserves, and we definitely were able to talk about the ESPN layoffs, especially that it's kind of what we're doing now. So I'm done. I got nothing else to say, man. Peace to everybody that was watching in the clouds. Peace to everybody that popped in earlier. I know it's a long show, so you don't hold your attention all the way, but I appreciate Jermaine for coming over, chiming in the chat. Peace of Tequila, peace of Adrian Cutler, peace of piece of Ricardo for coming in. All of those watching in the clouds. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Keela. Like it was a long one, man. I appreciate it. Piece of Venkat, piece of Dwayne for coming on, man. So if I'm not mistaken, I think we got a UFC show this Friday. If I'm not mistaken, I gotta check with Zay and Bones. I don't think we ever confirmed the time because there's a UFC show this Saturday. And then don't forget, Monday night at 6 o'clock is the great debate. Minister Reginald Young will be debating Jansen Williams over here. And the topic of that debate is will Christ enforce will Christ enforce the commandments during the 1,000-year millennial reign? So those two are going to go at it. Those two got kind of like a blood feud going on. So that should be great. Y'all tune in 6 p.m. So we're not going to have Man Talk Monday this Monday. We'll have that debate is going to be taking the place of Man Talk Monday. Plus Mike will be out of town anyway. So I don't want to be doing the show if Mike's not here. Then Tuesday, the show that we were supposed to do yesterday with Jansen Williams, Are Black People Cursed According to the Bible? He's going to do that this Tuesday coming up instead, because there's a lot of things going on. We were grilling and everything yesterday, so I didn't want to have to cut anything short. So we'll see you guys later this week for that UFC 290 preview show and then the review show right after. I think that's it. There's a Pour Your Heart Out this, I think I want to say on the 21st, July 21st. Going to be the Vagina Monologues. July 16th is the SVDL Championship, Rio versus Blue. Make sure and tune into that. We don't have a time for it yet, but we do know it's July 16th. Any other news will pop in. Just check the YouTube page. Please make sure and like the Straight Talk Society on Facebook. I'm starting to jumble up my words because I'm tired. I've been running my mouth for a long time, even though not for nothing. Y'all could tell Venkat like to talk a lot. They say that I talk a lot. Venkat talk a lot. I could have kept quiet that whole show, and he would have been glad with that and just went on and on. But I like that because I don't have to carry a lot of times you'll see a show where one person has to carry, the whole conversation. I like that I could get up and leave or go do something, and these guys will still be going on. So I appreciate that. But man, I appreciate y'all liking the Straight Talk Society, man. Straight Talk with Trevor. We've been trying to keep you entertained. We've been trying to keep up with that content. Plenty more. He don't talk a lot. Yeah, right. Plenty more things to look forward to on the channel, man. That Tape Fist Politics is coming up really soon. I keep telling you that. I don't know what day, but it is coming up very soon. So y'all make sure and check that out. Just stay subscribed to the channel, and we'll let you know when that stuff pops off. So until next time, I leave you with these words. Always seek out the truth for yourself, because if not, you'll fall victim to other people's interpretations of them. And because this is the last basketball show of the season, I'm going to leave you with our NBA video. Peace.
Garnett can do nothing but rotation of Bryant. Buckle up for Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant just sucked the gravity out of the target center. Great match. Oh!